With TD Complete Checking, Gina's ready to live her best life.
It's that time of year again when the Bohemian Grove has their little meetup, which is basically like the Bilderberg's summer camp. And besides the bizarre ritual that kicks off the event every year, the cremation of care, and other, how shall I say, pride activities, there's a lot more going on inside than most people think. From a sociological perspective, it's essentially a networking and consensus building event for the elite. And when I say the elite, I don't mean the 1%, a phrase that became popular during the Occupy Wall Street protests. I mean the real elite, the 0.0001%, or as David Rothkopf, who worked in the Clinton administration, says, the superclass. Not the upper class, the superclass. I've covered the basic history of the Bohemian Grove. This place, a cloven-hoofed and horned devil figure, by the way. What a surprise. One of the most elite camps is Mandalay, which is attention to the Grove. But once they're out of office, and especially before they're elected, many make it a priority to be there. And just in case you're wondering, there's no evidence that Donald Trump has ever been to the Grove or is a member in any way, shape, or form. There are numerous yearbooks that fall into the hands of non-members that then get scanned and posted online, and I actually have several copies of them. I showed them in previous videos, and Donald Trump is not pictured in any of them. Another elite camp of former presidents and high-ranking military personnel and defense contractors is the Owl's Nest. The Hillside camp is made up of Joint Chiefs of Staff members, full opportunity to discuss current affairs and socioeconomic for the UN every afternoon when the Grove is in session for the 2 weeks in July. And we know of Eisenhower's Grove connection because President Richard Nixon openly admitted that in his memoir as well. He wrote, quote, "After Eisenhower's speech, we went back to caveman camp and sat around the campfire appraising it. Everyone liked Eisenhower, but the feeling was that he had a long way to go before he would..."
Conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. The total influence, economic, political, even spiritual, is felt in every city, every state house, every office of the federal government. We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist. We must never let the weight of this combination endanger our liberties or democratic processes.
There are also rumors that they spread fake news about him 24/7 for years, trying to stop him, but that didn't work. Then they impeached him in Congress based off a kooky conspiracy theory, but that didn't work either. So they indicted him on some trumped-up charges and convicted him in a kangaroo court, but that didn't work either. And so then they resorted to their final plan, trying to assassinate Donald Trump. But fortunately, that didn't work, and instead provided the world with some of the most iconic photos of all time, showing Donald Trump surviving an assassination attempt and rising triumphantly. But the liberal media didn't want to admit what they themselves had incited and had been hoping for years. And so CNN's initial report was that the Secret Service rushed Trump off the stage after he fell at a rally. There are a lot of screenshots floating around of the initial reports of the attempted assassination, and it's impossible to tell whether or not those are memes satirizing the media, how they would downplay it and blame President Trump, or whether they're the actual headlines from the liberal media. And being your trusted media analyst, I double and triple check the facts. And I can tell you that this is an actual headline and a real report from the Cloud News Network. USA Today reported that Trump was removed from the stage by the Secret Service after loud noises startled the former president and the crowd. Of course, all of the mainstream media had correspondents in attendance at the event, and anybody who was there, anybody who saw the video of what happened knew instantly what went down. In fact, many in attendance were trying to alert the police and Secret Service that they saw a gunman on the roof just across the field before he started shooting.
And you know, that's a little bit... He's going down!
On the roof, he's got a gun. That was before he fired the first shot.
Stay over here.
That's Secret Service responding. Of course, there are a lot of questions about how this could possibly happen. How could Secret Service not secure the roof of a building just a few hundred feet away in direct line of sight of President Trump on the stage? How could they not have noticed the gunman was climbing up on there and getting himself into position? How could they not quickly alert Secret Service and pull President Trump off the stage as soon as multiple people started reporting and screaming? Anybody who saw the video of what happened knew instantly what went down. In fact, many in attendance were trying to alert the police and Secret Service that they saw a gunman on the roof just across the field before he started shooting.
And you know, that's a little bit... He's going down!
On the roof, he's got a gun. That was before he fired the first shot.
Stay over here.
That's Secret Service responding. Of course, there are a lot of questions about how this could possibly happen. How could Secret Service not secure the roof of a building just a few hundred feet away in direct line of sight of President Trump on the stage? How could they not have noticed the gunman was climbing up on there and getting himself into position? How could they not quickly alert Secret Service and pull President Trump off the stage as soon as multiple people started reporting and screaming that there was a gunman that they saw on the roof right next door? So understandably, a lot of people think that there was some kind of a conspiracy involved here, either looking the other way and allowing it to happen or having a hand in it somehow. But there might actually be a much simpler explanation. Instead of a conspiracy, it looks like it was diversity.
To expand hiring, they're aiming to have 30% women recruits by 2030, and even allowed YouTube influencer Michelle Carre to train with agents.
But I'm very conscious
This is the head of the Secret Service, by the way.
as I sit in this chair now, of making sure that we need to attract diverse candidates and ensure that we are developing and giving opportunities to everybody in our workforce, and particularly women.
Obviously, it doesn't take a genius to see how this policy was going to turn out. Take a look at these three stooges, just bumbling idiots getting in the way of the actual Secret Service. We need more diversity in the Secret Service. They said this one doesn't even know how to hold a gun. We need more women in the Secret Service. They said diversity is obviously our strength. This seems like a Saturday Night Live skit, if Saturday Night Live was still funny. Of course, these women won't be fired. The only reason this happened, they'll say, is because they didn't initiate their diversity agenda enough. They implemented too little diversity. Everyone with a brain knew that this was likely coming, and certainly no surprise. Obviously, our strength. This seems like this policy. We need more diversity in the Secret Service. They said this one doesn't even know how to hold a gun. We need more women in the Secret Service. They said diversity, idiots getting in the way of the actual Secret Service. We need more diversity in the Secret Service. They said this one doesn't even know how to hold a gun. We need more women in the Secret Service. They said diversity is obviously our strength. This seems like a Saturday Night Live skit, if Saturday Night Live was still funny. Of course, these women won't be fired. The only reason this happened, they'll say, is because they didn't initiate their diversity agenda enough. They implemented too little diversity. Everyone with a brain knew that this was likely coming, and certainly no surprise, because the liberal media and the Marxist Democrats have been trying to incite a lunatic into doing this for many years now. But when you point that out, then you get called a conspiracy theorist, like Tucker Carlson did, who they said stoked conspiracy theories when he pointed out the obvious. And instead of being mad at themselves, at their industry, at their political pundits, at the Democrat Party for spewing the most vile and toxic rhetoric ever seen on planet Earth, equating Donald Trump with Hitler, with a dictator who's going to destroy America and needs to be stopped by any means necessary, they, of course, are mad at Donald Trump.
I do want to say there was one thing that when I watched the tape, I found odd because of all of the heated rhetoric. And that is that
the liberal media didn't apologize for inciting this attack.
After he was hit, former President Trump got up and said, fight, fight, fight. I think what we're hearing from people is that's not the message that we want to be sending right now. We want to tamp it down.
Yes, it's Donald Trump who needs to tamp down the rhetoric because his funny nicknames for his opponents just hurt too many people's feelings. Not mainstream media outlets like the Washington Post, which says, yes, it's okay to compare Trump to Hitler. Or Old Joe says that Donald Trump is a genuine threat to this nation. He's a threat to our freedom. He's a threat to our democracy. He's literally a threat to everything that America stands for. It certainly is an insane and unhinged political ranting from the Democrats, which they're using as information warfare, again, hoping to incite just this kind of event. Lunatic rantings like this.
Just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be.
People need to start taking to the streets. This is a dictator.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
When they go low, we kick.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized up to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said if we were in high school, I'd take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
Punch some people in the face.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
They're still going to have to go out and put a bullet in Donald Trump, and that's a fact.
The new numbers suggest more asylum seekers and illegal immigrants are now crossing the southern.
Here's the supposed president of the United States, Joe Biden, 2 hours after the attempted assassination, still not having any idea what the hell happened, even though his handlers put him out for a statement in front of the nation.
Mr. President, do you think there was an assassination attempt?
I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried, President, safety?
We had enough facts to determine what happened within 5 seconds, but they couldn't come to grips for a few hours and finally admit to themselves what it was that they caused. Others, however, quickly took to TikTok to express their disappointment that the attempted assassination was unsuccessful, like this lunatic.
You're telling me somebody finally had the balls
Real shame, because she was actually quite nice looking.
to bring a pew-pew.
A pew-pew, she said.
A pew-pew.
Because the kids on TikTok use substitute words so that their videos don't get flagged and taken down for inciting violence. So obviously she's talking about a gun.
And he missed! We were a second away! We were a centimeter away from half of the problem being gone, and you missed!
There are plenty more videos just like this, but I'll spare you any more cringe and miraculous. Some of the meme makers were able to bring light to the situation, coming up with gems like this. Someone shot my vice president? And this one, Joe, we missed. And this, which perhaps is the best. Trump versus a bullet. Biden versus stairs. And this is the first video of Donald Trump after being released from the hospital, exiting his jet, presumably back in Florida at Mar-a-Lago, obviously after having received some stitches on his ear. But other than that, thank God, unscathed. We're not in Kansas anymore. We're not in America anymore. We're in a banana republic, a third world country. There is a good chance that if Donald Trump wins, we could maybe restore some semblance of normalcy. But as I've been saying, these next 4 months are going to be a bumpy roads.
Hey there, Susan. What do you think, Susan? I think, you know me, I sit here doing election fraud all day. So I'm one of the first people that would always be called a fucking conspiracy theorist or fucking right-wing nut, even though I have a copious documents of Republicans committing election fraud in Colorado and Tarrant County and everything else, okay, in Texas. Like, I don't take anybody's side. They're all fucking cheating. They all know they're cheating. That's why they don't prosecute each other, because they're all fucking doing it. So, but when I look at what happened here with the Trump shooting here, a lot of people want to think, oh, it was a staged event. or it was a real event, but it was set up by the Secret Service, or the Secret Service knew about it, let it happen. I really don't think that. I think you had a loser who was 20 years old, who never got laid, everybody picked on and bullied on, according to his classmates and teachers that got interviewed. And he decided he was going to punish the whole world, and his father was a Trump supporter, and I guess his father mentioned Trump was coming in, so he decided to steal his dad's gun, climb on a roof, and try to shoot Trump in order to go down as a big dick criminal, some big boss, some fucking hero to the far left, and somehow get revenge on the world that bullied him. That's what I really think happened here. You can see in the video that the police snipers had already saw him before he shot at Trump and were trying to line up their rifles on him. I think they exchanged fire at the same time. So that's what I think happened. I think it's just a fucking little loser kid who couldn't get laid, was angry at the world, wanted to make a name for himself before he fucking died. He knew he was leaving there in a body bag, and he thank God he wasn't a good shot and he missed. You don't need brains to do that. If you don't have Secret Service with positive control of a rooftop, you don't need brains. Not to mention, based on that kid's history, he actually got an award for science and math and was a top student in high school. So he's not stupid, okay? In fact, since his father had a gun, he probably brought his son to the range. I mean, let's be honest. I know I just criticized his ability to shoot, but you know what? Given all the conditions against him, I'm surprised. I think hitting Trump's ear is actually remarkably good for his first shot, okay? Imagine if he was like a military-trained sniper or a Marine sniper, then Trump wouldn't be here anymore. So, I really think this is just a fucking loser who couldn't get laid, who wanted to make a name for himself, and was suicidal, and decided to fucking shoot Trump at a rally because his dad told him. In other words, I'm assuming his dad told him that Trump was having a rally nearby. And if his dad never told him that, he probably never would have done it because he wouldn't have known about it. He thought that was his opportunity to become some hero figure to those weird people like you just saw on the Mark Dice video. Yeah, he probably scoped it maybe a week before or whatever. Whenever they knew Trump was coming, he probably went out the same day and looked. He probably checked the weather. It was going to be a clear day, no wind. And that was it. And he just got lucky that they set up Trump's podium within 130 yards of where he was planning to shoot from. Which is, meaning even gravity can't really affect the trajectory of the bullet in that little time lapse. I think the guy that shot JFK, what was it, Oswald? He shot from 8 times that distance at a moving target with a bolt-action rifle, right? And he still hit Kennedy. So, there were a lot of bad things and good things that went into this that made it so that Trump ultimately survived, right? One, God. I'm pretty sure God had a huge hand to play in that. I don't think God just did it for Trump, though. I think God did it for the whole country. Because I think if, let's just say hypothetically, that bullet had actually killed Trump, I think we would be already knee-deep in a civil war with everybody killing everybody from house to house right now. Okay? So I think God intervened not just to save Trump, but to save our country, because that would have been the straw that broke everybody's back. And right now, there would just be mass fucking killing everywhere. Because both sides, from what I can tell, both sides want to kill each other right now. Both sides have dehumanized the other side to where they don't see each other as equals or as humans anymore. They are waiting to kill each other, and that would have been the fucking the straw that broke the camel's back for the right. So I think God intervened for more than just one reason. That being said, yes, there's a video of people pointing at the shooter 3 to 4 minutes before the shooting happens. But you have to remember, the police have no idea what they could or couldn't be talking to, and the police were training their guns onto that sniper at the same time the sniper was about to shoot Trump. So it's not like they didn't know he was there at the very last moment. That's why they were able to return counterfire so quickly. In fact, from the video, it looks like the counter sniper, the policeman, shoots before the actual shooter. So, who knows, right? But I don't think this was a setup or a conspiracy or a staged event. I think it really is what it is. And you just had some loser who can't get laid, who got bullied in high school, who just wanted to make a name for himself, and was also suicidal knowing he wasn't going to leave the event alive. That's what I really think happened. I think it's that simple. Sometimes things really are just what they appear to be. And I'm telling you that as somebody who writes papers on election fraud. Sometimes things really are what they appear to be. But to me, the story adds up. I'll be right back. I'm going to make coffee.
got a new show for y'all. Got a damn good show. Hey, I'm just going to show you this quick clip. This is the face of mental illness. Yeah? I'll be the judge of that. Yeah, okay.
You got a toilet? You got a bathtub? Yeah? I got fucking jugs of piss. I got piss. Wanna go dump it?
That's a piss mask off of Rick and Morty. You know what a piss master is, right? Yeah. Piss. I got piss. Oh, man. I mean, that's let me say it again. That can't be real. That's got to be AI or something.
What do you got? You got a toilet? You got a bathtub? Yeah? I got fucking jugs of piss. I got piss.
What the fuck? Who do you think he voted for? Hey, who you think he voted for? He's Biden.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so scary, but it's funny. Yeah. Hey, but you know what's crazy about that video? What? It's not that his appearance. Yeah, that's obviously he's crazy, right? Loco. But man, this dude's got 2 big gallons of piss. You know how long it takes to fill up them 2 milk cartons full of piss? Milk cartons, milk jugs, milk gallons.
It's gotta be days.
Yeah. How many days is that?
That's gotta be at least 2 weeks.
Hey, but I just want to say, I'm thinking that's probably about 4 days of piss. Maybe he just drinks a lot of water. No, he doesn't drink a lot of water. No. If he drinks a lot of water, it wouldn't be
yellow.
Like that.
Yep.
Yeah, that dude's kidneys are like suffering.
And we emphasize instead the need for community-based of system.
Yeah,
So I've heard the news as to what's happened with President. So I've heard the news as to what's happened with President Trump, and of course my thoughts and prayers with the family. There's a lot of information that we don't have. I picked a heck of a day to take the family out on the lake. And there's a lot we don't know. I wanted to take a second to talk about this because you're going to hear a lot of speculation out there right now. And a good portion of it is going to be wrong. As of the moment of this filming, we don't know who the shooter is. We don't know what was used. We don't know exactly what has transpired, the extent of injuries. Though people will try and tell you that they do. We do know 2 things. One, that former Vice President Joe Biden is never going to be president of the United States. That's not going to happen in November. And 2, they're going to try and take out Donald Trump by any means necessary. That's what you see today. By any means necessary. But let me be clear, by any means necessary it started a long time ago. I tuned into CNN for a little bit, which I promised myself and my family that I wouldn't today. And I hear them saying this is obviously a sad situation for everyone involved. Really? Why? Why? I hear people saying that, but this is a long time in the making. When I say by any means necessary, okay, as far as we know today, maybe someone tried to take his life or tried to take his physical ability. But the leftists tried to take this man's, not just dignity, his business, his livelihood, his legacy, his ability to run for president. If the election were to be held today, Donald Trump wins. That's what this is about. He wins. And we have a process right now, I use the term process loosely, where we're told we need to save democracy. This is what it looks like. We need to save democracy from the election that would award man who was the people's choice, Donald Trump. Well, no, we need to save democracy from that election by, very likely, installing someone, not Joe Biden, who was never elected. That's how you save democracy. This is a sad day for everybody. You painted the man as Hitler. And I've talked about this. The left has been trying to say the right will be extremist. We all knew that it was going to go down this way. We all knew that this was coming, and we all knew that it was coming this way. Why? We used to have this kind of, this philosophical, this ethical question, would you kill baby Hitler? Because Hitler is so bad, right? Hitler is so evil, of course. Hitler bad, to be clear. That you'd find yourself in a moral quandary, right, in this hypothetical situation, as to whether you would kill a baby, even though you knew it would grow up to be the evil that is Hitler. Now, of course, let me fill you in here. What would not be an ethical quandary is, would you kill Hitler? The baby component is what makes it difficult. The left has literally painted Donald Trump as Hitler. I mean figuratively, but they've literally compared him to Hitler. Jake Tapper, the moderator of the debate, literally has compared Donald Trump to Hitler approximately a dozen times. If there's no moral ambiguity or quandary or ethical dilemma as it relates to the idea of killing Hitler, why would there be one as it relates to physically harming Donald Trump, to whatever degree? Now, this has been a long time in the making. It's not a surprise. That's what's sad to me. This is not a surprise. It's exactly what we saw coming. And I hope that as more information becomes available, that this is some elaborate ruse, and that Donald Trump is okay. And also, just for one more comparison before we leave, President Trump, from what we've seen, was bleeding from the ear. Some shots rang out, held his ear, and he ducked down, right? All the way down to the ground. And I know some leftists will say, oh, what a coward, he ducked down. Okay, for comparison, as far as who is the more capable or infirm candidate. Remember, they were trying to say that Donald Trump was infirm before that debate. Okay, Donald Trump grabbed his ear, ducked down to the ground, got back up. You see the picture of him pumping his fist with blood down his face. Okay. I want you to picture former Vice President Biden ducking slightly. Who's the infirm candidate? I think you know the answer. And if the election is today, who wins? You definitely know the answer. Why was President Trump shot? There's your answer.
Hello. Our story begins following the failed assassination attempt on Senator Padme Amidala of the Naboo. There were two failed attempts in her life, the first one being at the landing platforms and the second one being at the end of a circuit of Pass the Torch. After two bounty hunters, one count, one delivery droid, an array of bombs, and two bugs didn't kill her, the Jedi finally decided that it was time to send her back to Naboo. Padme was obviously very reluctant to this idea, but she couldn't really refute it. The Chancellor was adamant that she go back to Naboo though. Captain Typha was in full support of this motion, and the Jedi backed it. Obi-Wan was in charge of this due to the fact that he was the highest rank between himself and Anakin. He considered the entire situation from the day before, realizing that Anakin would be too emotionally invested in Padme. It could hurt the mission at hand. Kenobi was willing to trust Anakin because of his skills, but realistically, emotionally, Anakin could not be trusted in this scenario. Obi-Wan thought hard about this. The night following Zam's death involved Kenobi reporting his findings to the Council and sending Anakin off to sleep, as the Naboo security doubled to protect their senator. Obi-Wan meditated on his concerns, and at the end of the night, he came to his resolution. He would do the initial part of the work for Anakin before he woke up, meeting Dexter Jettster outside of his diner before it opened. It was the small diner owner that was able to inform him that the dart that killed Zam was from Kamino. That gave Obi-Wan enough information to hand over to Anakin. What Obi-Wan didn't realize was that Kamino was removed from the Jedi archives, so when he returned to Padme's residence, he found a just waking up Anakin and Padme who were speaking about what was to come. Obi-Wan informed them of what he was going to do from here on out. He handed Anakin all the information he had on the investigation thus far, and told him that there was information vital to this case on the planet of Kamino. Kenobi continued and expressed that this mission very well could define the eventual knighthood for Anakin. He was excited and he told Anakin that he believed this mission should be very easy for him to complete. Skywalker was a little annoyed with this. He'd been asking for his first solo mission for months, and finally, when he gets it, he's sent to Kamino without Padme. It was outrageous and unfair. But he would do as his master asked him to do. Anakin did ask about Obi-Wan and what he would be doing, to which his master told him that he was watching over Padme. He would take her to Naboo and then escort her back upon the Council's orders. Again, being that Anakin was so emotionally invested in Padme, he was upset by this. Kenobi just wanted to oversee this leg of the mission as well. As Padme and Kenobi left, Obi-Wan reinforced his orders about contacting himself or the Council if he needed any assistance with this mission. Anakin understood as he watched his master in an undercover outfit and the love of his life stroll away back to Naboo with R2-D2. Padme was very relieved about this. The previous night, she had turned the cameras off in her room because she didn't want anyone watching her while she slept. While she was happy to see Anakin again and believed that he was a good friend, her focuses were on trying to stop the Military Creation Act from being finalized. Kenobi understood this, and due to his vast understanding of the political landscape they were now in, he wanted to be diligent when it came to making sure Padme got back to Coruscant before they ever got around to signing the Military Creation Act. The MC Act would make it appear that the Republic wanted war, which as a Jedi, Obi-Wan was inclined and even supposed to stop. The Jedi Master and Senator eventually loaded up into a civilian transport and they left the planet of Coruscant. Anakin, on the other hand, was annoyed, but he did as his master asked. He tried to force himself to see the positives in this situation. His biggest motivation was completing the mission himself, so that he could gain the rank of knight and do whatever he wanted. If Anakin was a knight, he could escort Padme to Naboo, or whatever. He truthfully, and even a bit selfishly, hoped that these debriefings in the Senate continued to elongate. While he didn't really understand what was really at stake, he did know that if Padme needed protection and he was a Jedi Knight, he could be said protection, which in his mind was a good deal. Upon his return to the Jedi Temple, he went to the archives to look for Kamino so that he could chart a course and investigate. However, there was a small issue. The planet didn't exist. He eventually got around to asking Jocasta Nu, and she told him that if it wasn't in the archives, then it didn't exist. Anakin wasn't much for studies, but in an effort to figure out what was going on here, he decided to take a deeper look. The coordinates given to him by Obi-Wan showed a planet that should be just beyond the Rishi Maze. In accordance to his studies, the ones that he barely paid any attention to, all the gravity in space should have been offset, because if there was no planet where there was supposed to be a planet, then the natural order of gravity would be different, or something, right? Anakin was able to get assistance from Master Yoda and a class of younglings. One of the children noted that if a planet existed and wasn't in the archives, then someone had to have deleted the information. Yoda agreed with the sentiment, keeping his eyes on Anakin, who thought it was odd but didn't question much further than that. Why would he? Didn't care, didn't matter. Before Anakin left, Yoda stopped him and excused himself from the class. He told the Jedi apprentice, knowing that this was his first mission, to trust the Force. If something unpredicted came along, then he was instructed to contact the old folks' home frequency on Coruscant. It would put him directly in touch with himself or Mace Windu. Anakin smiled and nodded his head, thanking Yoda before rushing off. Yoda stood silently for a moment, watching Anakin dart into the distance, before turning back around and continuing his instruction with the students. Obi-Wan and Padme inside the civilian transport were doing just fine. They were catching up over some food and telling stories in a very civilized manner. Kenobi was very used to these types of conversations. In a way, having these conversations made him miss Satine. She was the light of his life, and being that Padme and Satine were very similar in personality, he couldn't help but notice his emotions on the matter. He didn't let them arise, just something he consciously noted and moved on from. Padme did voice that she was glad he came along for the mission. As she switched topics and delved into her hopes for this, Obi-Wan listened. Just as he predicted, Padme would want to be ready and alert just in case there was a need for a call to action. The Senate could move on this bill any day now, and they needed to be ready. Obi-Wan completely agreed, informing her that he informed the Council to keep him updated on the matter. Master Oppa Rencesis was watching over the Senate closely as it was, so this was an extra incentive for him to be locked in. Anakin, on the other hand, traveled with a little astromech, one he wasn't even familiar with. The droid's operating number was U9C4. They arrived out of hyperspace and detached from their hyperspace ring over the planet of Kamino. Anakin looked down and was confused, pulling up a hologram of the planets in the area from the Jedi Temple. It seemed like the youngling was correct. Someone did delete this planet from the archives. But then a question, one that didn't show itself inside the temple, crossed his mind. Why would someone delete an entire planet from the archives? That didn't make sense. What were they hiding? Anakin sped forward as he flew down through the atmosphere and landed on a small landing platform. He raised his robes over his head as he leapt out of the vessel and walked towards the facility. The doors opened up for him as he walked in. As he did, he was approached by a local, one who softly introduced herself as Taun We. She called him a Jedi Master, not even noticing the Padawan braid. Even if she had, she likely wouldn't know what that meant as it was. She expressed excitement to see him. Anakin was even more confused now. They were waiting for him? She continued on and mentioned that she would bring him to the Prime Minister. Anakin watched her turn around and panicked. What was he supposed to do here? He never paid attention during negotiations classes. All he had to go off of were missions with Obi-Wan. Hopefully he could squeeze by these conversations, but even more, how would someone be waiting for them if someone else deleted this information from the archives? Maybe a member of the Lost 20, perhaps even another Jedi, such as a disappearing council member? As they walked through the halls, Anakin wondered why the Jedi never thought twice about cryostasis or Yaddar disappearing. What was their names? He didn't really know. Just thought he was panicking. On Naboo, Obi-Wan and Padme were going to her family's villa on the far side of the planet. Her family welcomed him with hugs and happiness. They remembered him from the blockade days. He was crucial to saving their people. Obi-Wan was grateful to be with his family again. It had been too long. Solo was always a joy to see, even though she playfully teased her sister about Obi-Wan being the first boy to bring home. Padme had no interest in Obi-Wan, and the same could be said from him to her. They had a great friendship, but Solo loved to play, so it wasn't a big deal. Obi-Wan spent time with the mother and father of the family, and they eventually settled in for dinner. This was a much better life in Obi-Wan's opinion. As much as he enjoyed the relaxation of her life on Naboo, he did hope that Anakin was alright. He almost checked in on him, but Obi-Wan was trying to actually trust his student. He believed Anakin would get this right. On Kamino, Anakin was having an anxiety attack. He sat down across from Lama Su, who greeted him as a Jedi Master. Anakin did like the sound of that, but he was in over his head here. What was he supposed to do? Lama Su referenced Anakin's master, Sifo Dyas, and now he was even more confused. Anakin told him that Sifo Dyas had vanished around 10 years ago. Did they know anything about that? The Kaminoans were confused too, but Lama Su shook his head, telling him that it was a shame. Sifo Dyas was a good man, but he would have been proud of the army they created for him. Anakin looked at this Kaminoan and nodded his head, asking about the army. The Prime Minister told Anakin that they would love to show him their work, and Anakin nodded his head and played along. Something seemed really off about the entire thing. But what exactly was going on here? Did the Council approve the creation of a clone army? Was Sifo Dyas' name really not cryostasis? Did the Kaminoans have something to do with the disappearance and or the death of the former council member? So many questions remained. Anakin continued and followed the Kaminoans around as they explained everything, telling him about the clones, about their genome donor, and a couple other things. Anakin heard the word bounty hunter and immediately considered that this individual was the one who tried to kill Padme. Skywalker then very impatiently followed the Kaminoans as he saw thousands of clones, with 1 million more on the way. For such a small grouping of facilities, they really did do an impressive job. But what exactly did Sifo Dyas fear? Was there something he believed was coming? Did he place the order for the clone army and vanish, or did he do someone's bidding and get killed after doing what he thought was the right thing? Instead of looking at the situation practically, Anakin considered the hypotheticals at play here. There was no doubt that Sifo Dyas was responsible for this army, but why was the question he wanted an answer to. As Anakin eventually got his chance to speak with Jango, he got a little excited. Finally, some action. When he walked in the room, he saw a door open, and inside the door was Mandalorian armor. Skywalker realized that this was indeed the man he was meant to find. He waited impatiently for Jango to come out. Had Jango known there were going to be visitors, he would have hid his armor or had it on. But, fresh removed from a shower, he saw an NC Jedi Padawan. This immediately put him on edge. There was likely another Jedi in this facility. He needed to play his cards very carefully. Jango asked the young Jedi what he owed the honor to. Anakin skipped all the tomfoolery and asked Jango if he was on Coruscant lately. The bounty hunter shook his head, but kept a cool and calm demeanor. Anakin didn't like this, and so he told Jango that he'd be brought back to the temple for investigation. Jango said that wouldn't be necessary. Anakin ignited his lightsaber and pointed it forward. but Jango saw this move coming before he ever did it. His leg kicked Anakin in the shin and he threw his fist forward, jabbing Anakin in the arm and forcing him to drop his lightsaber. Skywalker looked up with confusion as Jango lowered his head with a bit of arrogance. In his face was certainty, as if he were telling Anakin to stop now while he still breathed. Anakin threw his hand forward and Jango caught it, seeing that this wouldn't be a peaceful discussion and locked in. Jango jabbed Anakin a number of times in his back, right where his kidney was. The pain was excruciating, but Anakin elbowed Jango in the jaw and broke out. He held his back before they got into more fisticuffs. Skywalker had a very good reach over Jango, but the skills and training Jango had would put to rest any semblance of advantage that Skywalker thought he had. Their fists landed their blows as each of them took jarring strikes to their bodies. It became a battle of attrition, trading blows on the other before Anakin was kicked off of his feet. Jango saw his opportunity. It had been a while since he had a chance to kill a Jedi with his bare hands. Even in that past instance, he was wearing his armor. Jango could see Anakin reach for his lightsaber and stomp it on his wrist, crushing it. Anakin wheezed in pain as he swung his left hand back before being backhanded across the face. Jango moved to wrap his arms around Anakin's neck so he could put the kid out of his misery, but Anakin used all of his strength to kick Jango forward into the wall behind him. Anakin grabbed his lightsaber and with his broken wrist, used his left hand to ignite the weapon and swing upwards. The strike removed Jango's entire arm, as Anakin shoved his blade against Jango's neck, telling him if he moved another muscle, he'd be gutted like the filth he was. Jango taunted Anakin, telling him that those weren't words for a Jedi. Anakin got flustered, and Jango, despite the sheer amount of pain he was in, threw his other elbow into Anakin's rib, as he heard a cracking sound. Jango reached for the lightsaber as Anakin dragged the weapon around and cut his hand off, before using the Force to launch him back into the wall, knocking him unconscious. Anakin turned back and pointed the weapon at the other two, telling them to stay back. Tan Wee was shocked, but Anakin needed some cufflinks. Not for Jango's hands, but his feet. As Skywalker was preparing to contact Master Yoda, Obi-Wan and Padme were sitting down for dinner, after a charming tea time and story hour. They were chuckling with each other as they sat down at separate ends of the table. Padme asked Obi-Wan about his hopes and dreams, and he told her what he wanted for Anakin, and how Skywalker really was like a child of his. Obi-Wan's dreams and hopes revolved around his student. It was endearing to say the least, but Padme was hoping that Obi-Wan had his own hopes. It led to an interesting conversation about Satine, and of course, more laughs. The two of them were having a wonderful time. Anakin hobbled his way back to his vessel and kept an eye on Jango, until his reinforcements arrived. In the meantime, he woke Jango up and began an aggressive negotiation. He demanded to know what he knew about Sifo-Dyas. The bounty hunter didn't even know who that was, expressing that he was hired by a man named Tyrannus. Anakin continued going through questions but not really understanding or getting anything. There had to be more. How could Sifo-Dyas place the order for the clone army but not be involved? The Jedi Council, who sent Masters Yoda, Shaak Ti, Saesee Tiin, and Depa Billaba to Kamino, also informed Obi-Wan that the bounty hunter was caught. Even though there wasn't a motion in the Senate yet, thanks to continuous updates from Oppa Rancisis, they were clear to return home. With Dooku unaware of where she was, which Padme firmly believed he was behind this, it could be the perfect way to distract him by having another decoy do a public speech at the Theed Palace. Padme informed the Queen, and it was agreed upon. Even though it was late in the evening, it'd be the best way to keep Padme's return to Coruscant quiet. When or if the Republic motioned for the Military Creation Act, she'd be ready. After hours of getting nowhere, Yoda, Shaak Ti, Saesee Tiin, and Depa Billaba arrived to investigate Kamino. Due to the nature of how political it could sound with the Jedi creating a clone army, they sent some of their best to investigate. Depa Billaba was here with a couple temple guards to take Jango back to Coruscant. Shaak Ti and Yoda arrived in a separate T6 shuttle, so Depa could return with Jango without trapping the other Jedi. Yoda sent Anakin to bed inside the T6 to get some rest, after he got some much-needed medical treatment. All the while, the Jedi would begin their investigation of the Kaminoans. Inside the shuttle, Anakin had a night terror, shortly after he received his medical treatment. Yoda was inside the facilities following along when he felt the change and instructed Shaak Ti and Saesee Tiin to continue their work here. He would return. When he got out to the ship, Anakin was throwing robes over himself. Yoda asked where he was going, and Anakin told him the truth. He had a terrible nightmare, and it was clouding his judgment. This wasn't the first time either. Yoda told Anakin to be careful when sensing the future. He understood, but he expressed that his mother was in pain right now. If they didn't do something, she could be killed. Anakin understood the Jedi practice, but if they were meant to upkeep the peace, then why allow her to be killed in such a scenario? Yoda technically couldn't refute that, so he decided against his better judgment to accompany Anakin to Tatooine to find his mother. As Grand Master, that journey would be very jarring. The other two council members didn't see anything especially wrong with what was going on at Kamino. It was very odd, but it didn't seem like someone was messing around with it. However, they wanted to know who this Tyrannus person was. Anakin mentioned it. Truthfully speaking, Yoda and the other council members were very impressed. Not only did Anakin capture the bounty hunter responsible for trying to kill Padme, but he was able to provide important details for a completely separate mystery, one the council itself had neglected for too long. At the same time, Kenobi and Padme quietly returned to Coruscant to begin the next leg of their plan, waiting. It was a really nice change of pace for the two of them, but especially for Obi-Wan. It had been difficult being Anakin's instructor. He loved the kid, but sometimes he could really do his head in. But he did hear that Anakin did well on his mission, so that's all Obi-Wan could really hope for. On Tatooine, after speaking with Watto, Skywalker and Yoda visited the Lars homestead, and then Anakin, despite Yoda warning against it again, decided to go and find his mother. Yoda could sense the confusion, and he didn't want to encourage it, but at this point he needed to be there. For Yoda, there was no going back. He came here with Anakin, and he needed to finish the side quest with him. They came across the Tuscans, and the two Jedi found the hut that Shmi was being kept inside of. She was almost killed by these raiders. Yoda was horrified, but he could sense something more. There was a deep-seated anger that resided within Anakin, and it was rising. For the first time perhaps in his life, did he realize the lengths of which this darkness went. As Shmi started to lose her life, Yoda acted. He moved around Shmi's side and closed his eyes, focusing on the living force and transcending a piece of himself to her so that she could live. As a small creature, it was very hard, and the Jedi did not traditionally encourage this, but Yoda knew the method, and he needed to figure out how to prevent a Dooku 2.0 from rising from within. This was perhaps the best way to do so. Shmi regained a bit of her consciousness as she felt warmer to the touch. Anakin asked her if she was alright, and Yoda spoke for her, explaining that she would have more energy, but she still needed to be kept safe. Anakin told Yoda to take her back to the speeders. He had unfinished business. First of all, what? Second of all, Yoda stopped Anakin, telling him to focus on what the light had brought them. Shmi was okay. It was time to go. What Anakin didn't understand, and would understand later, is that while the Jedi were to encourage balance, the Tusken Raiders were a part of the natural balance of Tatooine. So if the Jedi wiped them out, they would disrupt an ecosystem. There was a kind of blurred line when it came to stuff like the Hutts, but to answer that question, Yoda said that the crime families did need to be wiped out. But if they did that, the system would also technically fall into chaos and civil wars. There were ecosystems everywhere, and the Jedi were meant to maintain balance in each of them. To Anakin, this seemed unreasonable, but it was the Jedi way. Had the Tuskens been a group of off-world pirates, then yes, they could be dealt with. But Tuskens had their own ecosystem. There were tribes big and small, peaceful and violent. They would have their own evolution on their own. If the Jedi intervened, it could disrupt such an evolution. In the future, the Tuskens could be the face of Tatooine, as a peaceful tribe of liberators, or they could be just seen as conquerors. But it was not the job of the Jedi to decide the fate of this ecosystem. It was the will of the Force, and that of its evolution. On Coruscant, the Jedi informed the Chancellor that they captured the bounty hunter that tried to kill Padme Amidala. He was at first relieved, and then he realized that Jango was the same man responsible for the clone trooper genome. The Jedi, without Palpatine's intervention, gave Jango a deal. If he told them everything he knew, they'd take care of his wounds. So, he told them everything, and they gave him a new arm and a hand, and he got top medical care inside the temple before being sent to prison. It was a fair trade. He would never see prison because Sidious would suffocate him from another room, believing that he stopped Jango from potentially sharing anything of value. That was kind of unlucky for him. Jango told the Jedi what little he could remember from 10 years ago. He did tell them that Tyrannus operated from Sereno and sometimes other places. This also did include his ties with the Trade Federation? Jango wasn't entirely sure, but he saw their battleships docked on Geonosis. To the Jedi, it was clear that Tyrannus was probably Dooku. There was no way around that. And the one man who almost ruined it all for the Jedi and the Republic was infinitely wrong one-liner man, Ki-Adi-Mundi. He once again suggested that Dooku was simply that, a political idealist. The Jedi informed Shakti and Saesee Tiin. as well as Anakin and Yoda, who were returning from their trip to Tatooine, after having saved Shmi and said their goodbyes to her at the Lars homestead. Yoda kept Anakin with him, who was still healing, and sent Saesee and Shaak-Ti on a more in-depth investigation of the facility. Yoda and Anakin cornered Nala Se, Tan We, and Lama Su in the executive offices and demanded to know if they recognized Dooku. The Kaminoans caved, but they didn't know anything else. Anakin and Yoda didn't believe that, so they pressed further. On the other side of the galaxy, Sidious was worried. After learning about Jango being in the hands of the Jedi and killing him himself, hopefully, before he told them anything, he told his apprentice to take a task force to Kamino and kill the Jedi. They could not learn a thing. Despite Palpatine knowing that Anakin was sent there, he didn't need this information coming out, and because he didn't know Padme was home yet, he was able to convince Jar Jar to call for an emergency session inside the Senate. Palpatine's plans were to eliminate the Kaminoan leadership, save Nala Se because she was useful, potentially kill all the Jedi, cover it up, and then gain emergency power to start the war. Palpatine was kinda stuck though. His initial plans went something along the lines of Padme died in one assassination attempt, Dooku would tell the Kaminoans to contact the Jedi, there'd be something similar to the blockade of Naboo, and he could pass the blame off of the clone army onto the Jedi. But now Palpatine was racing to make everything fit so he didn't lose his power, and so that he could maintain the status quo at the very least. So when Jar Jar called this meeting, he felt relief. All the racing in his head had disappeared. Until before the meeting started, Padme showed up with Obi-Wan as a protector beside her. Jar Jar's original motion was put to sleep before it could ever be heard, and Padme revealed everything they learned thus far. The Jedi from Kamino had been rapid in communication with the Temple. Obi-Wan had everything he needed to convey what they knew now. From what it seemed, Dooku used a former Jedi Master as a scapegoat, and then murdered him. Dooku then used Sifo Dyas' credentials to create a grand army of the Republic. Obi-Wan explained that everything that was built up to this conflict was because of Dooku. It was either because he wanted to gain power for himself, or someone else to gain power within the Republic. As Obi-Wan was speaking, something inside Padme's mind clicked. She looked at her longtime advisor and saw the scowl on his face, and she turned to Jar Jar and whispered something inaudible to Obi-Wan in his ear. The Jedi Knight continued and said that the Jedi were investigating everything on Kamino. As he expressed, the last thing the galaxy needed was war. And if this information was made public to the Confederacy movement, the star systems that fled the Republic would return and they could make peace. As he stepped back, the Senate erupted into discourse from different star systems. Palpatine stepped forward and quelled the disagreements. He was always brilliant at the political side of things. He told them that these Lens were idealistic, but who knew if the Jedi could be trusted? This was an investigation that the Senate was not aware of, and it was not under Senate mandate. They were, after all, only supposed to protect Senator Amidala. Padme waited eagerly as she spoke up when Palpatine finished. He explained how they needed to militarize to stop the threats of the Separatist alliance. When she got a chance to speak, she reiterated points made by her speech only days before. Following her assassination, in a deleted scene, Padme spoke about their need to avoid war. And finally, after years of neglect, she saw what Palpatine was. In that moment, when the Senate rallied around her voice to stop the creation of the security bill, Palpatine expressed that it was too late to continue and that they would pick up in their discussions in the morning. Obviously that didn't happen when another assassination attempt forced her from Coruscant. Padme turned to Jar Jar and nodded her head. He stepped up as she expressed that her colleague had a motion he wanted to use when she was finished. Jar Jar spoke about Palpatine's desires to try and go forward with this bill, and Lady Amidala's desire to make sure the Separatists didn't see the Republic as trying to mobilize for the war. In an effort to stop all of it, Jar Jar expressed that there needed to be an end to these discussions, and it had to start at the top, calling for a vote of no confidence in Palpatine's leadership. Shock filled his body as he tried to figure out how to counter.
I'll watch this later. I do want to watch this though.
So I've heard the news.
Why are there like no There's like no media on this.
And welcome to Hannity, and this is a Fox News
I'll be
alert.
right back. kill some noobs. I gotta think about this. So we still have an outstanding problem in our paper. It's not a problem, because we already showed that the election's rigged. But the main problem for me is that I can't actually show that any of the Democrat votes were manipulated. Now, if I look at the timelines of the election, you can see that the Democrat vote is being manipulated with the nonpartisan vote. So the only thing I can conclude is that Republican ballots are also being flipped to Democrat ballots. I just don't know how to show that. Based on the data that I have. I really don't know how to show it. But at least we did it for the nonpartisans. And the result is already good enough to overturn the result of the election. So I don't know. It may not be possible to prove. It's not like I can always prove what it is I'm seeing. You have to remember that. I can't make shit up. You get what I'm saying? So it's really hard sometimes. Okay? I'm going to kill some noobs, but I can't always do it. Especially in a low turnout election like a primary. Like, if this was a general election, I would just fucking execute a translation and rotation matrix in one fell swoop and restore every election in the county, right? But that's not an option when you have these low turnout elections with very few precincts in each race. There's just not enough data points for me to reconstruct the original state of the election before it was rigged. For instance, like, I can't even tell at a precinct level where these votes are coming from in the abstract, right? I just know that at a county-wide level that this has to be what happened. What do I think that we can do? And I think I'm going to have to find some fucking... I'm going to have to think of things I've never thought of before. And ballot combinations. And just hope they fucked up and made a mistake that I'm able to reverse.
Mutation complete. Mutation complete. We require more minerals. Mutation complete. We require more minerals.
successful.
We require more minerals.
We stand as one.
Ready for dust off.
Upgrade complete.
Metamorphosis complete. Mutation
Ready to plunder. Missions.
Upgrade complete.
The enemy team dealt a lot of damage. I agree with that. Holy shit. Alright, so this is what we gotta do. We gotta theory craft how the Democrats did this. So, if they just straight up injected the ballots into the Democrat pool, they did so at the same rate at which you flipped Republican ballots and nonpartisan ballots, like in this timeline. You should get an idea. But how do you prove it, right? That's the problem. How do you prove it? So, maybe what we should do is... should we look at Democrat mail-in times? Because what they're going to say is that so here's the thing, Orr's nonpartisan vote. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah, like, I think we explained the Republican and the nonpartisan. The only thing I can think of is that they're just straight up injecting the ballots. I'll be right back. I gotta think. I don't know how to do this. We may not be able to show it. Remember that. We can't make shit up either. Alright, so, like, what do we do? Anybody have any ideas in chat? Amongst my one viewer here? I don't know, like, what I'm supposed to do. I don't know how I'm supposed to show this. And it's not for a lack of trying, so...
today, the former president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, was the target of an apparent assassination attempt. One innocent attendee is now dead. President Trump, we are told, is alive and well and now in a safe location. The shooter, meanwhile, has been killed by U.S. Secret Service. And just breaking moments ago, President Trump's first reaction on Truth Social, quote, I want to thank the U.S. Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Now, nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. He said, I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. According to the Secret Service tonight, quote, during former President Trump's campaign rally in Butler, Pennsylvania on the evening of July 13th at approximately 6:15 p.m., a suspected shooter fired multiple shots towards the stage from an elevated position outside of the rally venue. U.S. Secret Service personnel neutralized the shooter, who is now deceased. U.S. Secret Service quickly responded with protective measures, and former President Trump is safe. One spectator was killed. 2 spectators were critically injured. This incident is currently under investigation. The Secret Service has notified the FBI. And in case you missed it, here's what went down just a few hours ago with sound. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else. All right, here with more reaction, former Speaker of the House, Fox News contributor Newt Gingrich. We've been friends a long time, Mr. Speaker. I was the MC the night you became Speaker of the House in 1994 in that historic election. You've been through a lot of tough elections over the years. They're all tough elections. This is a pretty divided country at this time. And I just wanted to get your thoughts, more than anything else, beyond being a speaker and a great speaker, I believe you were. You were the last speaker to balance the budget, not once, but I think it was 2 years in a row, maybe 3. You're a historian. From a historical perspective, we have had assassination and assassination attempts before. That's clearly what happened here tonight. And it looks like this shooter came within a millimeter or 2 of an assassination tonight. And it's shocking the core of a nation as well. That in an adjacent rooftop that this can happen. What's your overall view and your overall initial thoughts?
Well, first of all, I'm glad that we had a little bit of time. I was very emotional earlier. I'm not sure I could have done television because I've known Trump for about 30 years. So I'm watching a personal friend get shot in front of me. I mean, it was a very intimate moment for millions of Americans. And it was a providential moment. If he had turned to look at that big screen, and when he was turned, the bullet would have hit him here. When he turned back, it hit him here. That's how close he came to being killed. And I think we need to understand that this was providential, and he reacted appropriately. But I also will tell you, he has been vilified by Joe Biden and the Democrats and the left wing more than any president since Abraham Lincoln. And this was a political act. It was a deliberate act. And as you know, because we've talked about it off air, I've said for 4 months that when all the legal baloney fails and when they begin to realize he is going to win, that violence is the next thing because they're that desperate. And I think we need to understand, people in this country have got to decide, are we going to be Americans and talk with each other as Americans, or are we going to become 2 bitterly divided factions? And right now, if you read what Joe Biden said last night, he's clearly in the bitterly divided side. If he has to totally split this country in order to try to retain office, he'll, at least through last night, he'll say anything, no matter the consequences. This is a very, very dangerous moment. And I also have to say, I think the President Trump's courage, and here I echo what his son Eric said. His courage at walking off with the bleeding and putting up his fist and saying fight, to remind the crowd that he was going to go on, and as our champion, he wanted us to go on with him. I thought that'll go down in history, and that will help define who Donald J. Trump is.
You know, I'm listening, and it just, I've known him 30 years like you have, Mr. Speaker, and I had a lot of the same emotions that you had at the time. And then when you point out very vividly and very accurately how close he was to being assassinated tonight, it is chilling. And this should transcend all politics.
And yeah, and remember that this is a Biden administration which, as you pointed out, has refused to protect Robert F. Kennedy Jr. even when his father and his uncle were assassinated. This is the Democrats in the House actually introduced a bill to strip Donald Trump of Secret Service protection. I mean, these people are crazy, and they are willing to do virtually anything. And tonight we were winded. This is not a game. This is not just politics. This is history. And the history of the United States will be written in the next few weeks between having a huge victory to bring us together and gradually disintegrating into a country that's at war with itself.
Yeah. You know, it really is funny, and I kind of have an ongoing joke with the president. For whatever reason, I'll say to him, kidding around, when we're just talking as friends and it's not in a professional capacity, I say, you know, God loves Donald Trump. As perfect as you are. It's sort of a joke that we had. But in many ways, you know, this is too eerily close, too scary to something that could have been so tragic for our nation.
Well,
and
we should include the whole Trump family in our prayers.
Amen.
Because
Agreed.
all of them
They've been through a lot.
How close this is.
Yeah, very well said. Mr. Speaker, appreciate you as always. Thank you, sir, for being with us. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page and catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis. You will not get it anywhere else.
Donald Trump is now fundraising off the attack, and President Biden is planning to resume campaigning on Tuesday after canceling an event tomorrow. The FBI said today that threats of political violence are increasing. They are monitoring online chatter. I want to bring in our political team for a look at what this means for this presidential race. Let's start with Robert Costa. And Robert, what are you hearing from the Trump campaign tonight?
Former President Trump, Nora, has a major decision to make within the next 24 hours. Who is he going to put on the Republican ticket as his running mate? The vice presidential selection expected to be known sometime by Monday night, maybe Tuesday morning at the latest, based on my latest conversations with people close to former President Trump. At the top of the list, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, who now has an increased security presence outside of his home. Though that does not necessarily signal in any way he's the pick. It's something we have picked up at CBS News. North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, as well as Senator Marco Rubio of Florida, though we've been told that former President Trump has discussed more than a dozen names in the past week as he mulls that final decision. We're all waiting, though, to see if an offer has formally been made. No word yet on that.
And Robert, one surprise, Nikki Haley, the former UN ambassador who was campaigning hard for the Republican nomination, recently released her delegates, was not expected to speak here, is now slated to speak. What does that tell us?
I was with former Ambassador Haley when she was in the final days of her campaign. She was making overtures to traditional Republicans, and many of them across the country continued to vote for her in Republican primaries, even after she suspended her campaign. For her to come to this convention, not just to release her delegates, but to give a speech, is a real boost for the Trump campaign at a crucial time where they want to consolidate Republican support across the country, especially those Republicans who might be wary of former President Trump's conduct, thinking about his legal challenges in particular.
Robert Costa, thank you so much. Now I want to bring in senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe and our chief Washington correspondent Major Garrett. Ed, on that note, Trump is now fundraising off of this assassination attempt. What are the pitches?
I mean, among other things, he's basically saying that he loves his support. I will always love you for supporting me. Unity, peace, MAGA. And he sent at least 3 or 4 of these today, over the course of the day, as he continues to recover and talk to supporters. This creates an awkward time in American politics. We now know, for example, the president, while he has suspended his advertising for the weekend, while he postponed a visit on Monday to Texas, is essentially going to resume campaigning on Tuesday by going out to Nevada, keeping to a schedule that has him stopping by the NAACP and another Latino civil rights group to talk about voting rights and other concerns in the black and brown communities. And you will see the campaigning essentially resume. He will begin with advertising. He'll sort of echo what he said tonight, which is that there can be a substantive debate about the issues in this country, and it can be done peacefully. We also heard today that the heads of the Democratic and Republican parties spoke to each other last night to also talk about, can we keep the temperature down? Can we try to help quell the violence or the threats of violence and hope that, you know, the next 3 months of this campaign are somewhat peaceful? But to talk to Democrats today, they're willing to talk, and they concede the next few days are going to be quite perilous for them from a crass political perspective, because we've never seen this before. In fact, tonight, the Biden campaign chief, Jen O'Malley Dillon, saying that much like the beginnings of the pandemic 4 years ago, we may be entering a period where things are just so unchartable in terms of how it is one can campaign and reach Americans at a time of such rancor.
All right. The president in the Oval Office address telling people it's time to lower the temperature in our politics, and we have a responsibility to cool things down. If you want to take action at the ballot box.
Precisely, Nora. And politics in our country is frequently interesting. It is rarely riveting. It will be riveting for the next 4 days here in Milwaukee. People who are not necessarily drawn to politics are going to want to watch this convention to see what former President Trump does, how often he appears here, what is his stylistic approach, what is his rhetorical approach, and what signals do the rest of the Republicans who are here cheering him on take from his demeanor, his attitude, and his tone. All that is going to be sifted anew in light of this traumatic, tragic experience on Saturday that will echo through the country, not just for the next few days, but for the next few weeks. And quickly about Nikki Haley. In talking to the Trump campaign, it was important in this moment, they said, to emphasize in a way that was unexpected this call for unity within the party. Bring everyone here, even a sharp detractor of former President Trump, in this moment to say, everyone is welcome. We are all united as Republicans, and we will support former President Trump in this moment of not only survival and duress, but progress toward the future.
And not only is it about unity, resolve is a word I heard several times today.
Without question.
One senior party operative who's been at conventions like this since the 1970s. He says, I've never seen people so resolved, so focused on winning in November, believing that what transpired yesterday can really slingshot the party into some kind of a victory. And the other thing he pointed out, he said, there has been so little chatter now, not even that much interest or concern about who he picks as his running mate, because there's this belief that whoever it is, it may not matter, he may be able to pull this off.
I want to bring in political correspondent Caitlin Huey Burns, who is outside here where the Republican National Convention is being held. And Caitlin, I know you have an update on some of the security precautions that are being taken. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Nora, as you can see behind me, there are barricades up, and there are 2 security zones guarding this area. What you see behind me, that's what's known as the red zone or the hard zone. That is protected by Secret Service. Where I'm standing is still part of the broader security perimeter outside the convention, but this is what's known as the soft zone or the yellow zone. What's significant here, Nora, is that Wisconsin is actually an open carry state, and firearms are allowed where I'm standing right now. They are not allowed behind those gates behind me, because that's protected by Secret Service. But Wisconsin state law prohibits the city of Milwaukee or local jurisdictions from banning firearms. The Secret Service protects that area, so they are not allowed there, but they are allowed here. And that has come up. I was at a Secret Service briefing earlier today, and the Secret Service overseeing this convention, where about 50,000 people are expected to come, said they have no plans to expand that Secret Service perimeter, that red zone, and that there are no real threats at this point. Nora.
All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns, thank you. Also want to bring in Scott McFarland because he is still in Butler, Pennsylvania. He was there covering the rally where there was that attempted assassination attempt. And Scott, what's the community talking about tonight?
Nora, this transcends politics here. Butler County wants to ensure nobody else has anything close to a shared experience. They're talking about their children. Kids already have to deal with lockdown drills and worry about school shootings. We as parents have to warn them about who they talk to in their own neighborhoods, what they see on a computer. And now we have to explain those images and this tragedy to children. There's talk about summoning our better angels. It is modeling better behavior for our children and ensuring they don't have this worry too. They should be enjoying the joyful periods of their lives.
Scott McFarland, thank you for your coverage over the past day. We appreciate it. Finally tonight, the last 24 hours have been one of the most unnerving in recent American history. A presidential candidate, the victim of an assassination attempt. This is something many have never witnessed before. On Saturday, the political rhetoric turned violence. We do not yet know what the shooter's motive was, and we may never get all the answers. But one of the questions tonight, could this be an inflection point in the country's history? For two sides of the aisle who may not agree on much, there's one theme we've seen since last night's events. It's time to turn down the heat on the rhetoric, with both candidates for president calling for unity. Now, earlier tonight in a rare Oval Office address, President Biden called on Americans to cool tensions. He told voters to come together and resolve differences at the ballot box, not with bullets. With 114 days left until the election, some lawmakers are reminding the country it is important to remember we are Americans first, not Democrats, not Republicans, Americans.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Tom Yamas and Hallie Jackson.
Hey, good evening. I am Tom Yamas reporting tonight from Butler, Pennsylvania, where former President Trump was wounded in an assassination attempt last night.
And I'm Hallie Jackson reporting tonight from Washington, where any moment President Biden is set to speak from the Oval Office. The FBI says it believes the suspected shooter acted alone with an AR-style rifle purchased legally. And now new questions for the Secret Service about how this attempted assassination could have happened. President Biden saying there's no place in America for this kind of violence and sharing he has spoken briefly with Mr. Trump since the shooting. The president's last Oval Office address was 9 months ago when he spoke about the war in Gaza. For President Biden, this is a significant moment with the eyes of the nation now on him. We're going to go now to President Biden in the Oval Office.
I want to speak to you tonight about the need for us to lower the temperature in our politics. And to remember, while we may disagree, we are not enemies. We're neighbors. We're friends, co-workers, citizens, and most importantly, we're our fellow Americans. We must stand together. Yesterday's shooting at Donald Trump's rally in Pennsylvania calls on all of us to take a step back. Take stock of where we are, how we go forward from here. Thankfully, former Trump is not seriously injured. I spoke with him last night. I'm grateful. He's doing well, and Jill and I keep him and his family in our prayers. We also extend our deepest condolences to the family of the victims who was killed. Corey was a husband, a father, a volunteer firefighter, a hero, sheltering his family from those bullets. We should all hold his family and all those injured in our prayers. Earlier today, I spoke about an ongoing investigation. We do not know the motive of the shooter yet. We don't know his opinions or affiliations. We don't know whether he had help or support, or if he communicated with anyone else. Law enforcement professionals, as I speak, are investigating those questions. Tonight, I want to speak to what we do know. A former president was shot, an American citizen killed, while simply exercising his freedom to support the candidate of his choosing. We cannot, we must not go down this road in America. We've traveled before throughout our history. Violence has never been the answer. Whether it's with members of Congress of both parties being targeted and shot, or a violent mob attacking the Capitol on January 6th, or a brutal attack on the spouse of former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, or information and intimidation on election officials, or the kidnapping plot against the sitting governor, or an attempted assassination on Donald Trump. There's no place in America for this kind of violence, for any violence ever. Period. No exceptions. We can't allow this violence to be normalized. You know, the political record in this country has gotten very heated. It's time to cool it down. We all have a responsibility to do that. Yes, we have deeply felt strong disagreements. The stakes in this election are enormously high. I've said it many times that the choice in this election we make in this election is going to shape the future of America and the world for decades to come. I believe that with all my soul. I know that millions of my fellow Americans believe it as well. And some have a different view as to the direction our country should take. Disagreement is inevitable in American democracy. It's part of human nature. But politics must never be a literal battlefield, and God forbid, a killing field. I believe politics ought to be an arena for peaceful debate, to pursue justice, to make decisions guided by the Declaration of Independence and our Constitution. We stand for an America, not of extremism and fury, but of decency and grace. All of us now face the time of testing as the election approaches. And the higher the stakes, the more fervent the passions become. This places an added burden on each of us to ensure that no matter how strong our convictions, we must never descend into violence. The Republican convention will start tomorrow. I have no doubt they'll criticize my record and offer their own vision for this country. I'll be traveling this week making the case for our record and the vision, my vision of the country, our vision. I'll continue to speak out strongly for our democracy, stand up for our Constitution and the rule of law, to call for action at the ballot box, no violence on our streets. That's how democracy should work. We debate and disagree. We compare and contrast the character of the candidates, the records, the issues, the agenda, the vision for America. But in America, we resolve our differences at the battle box. You know, that's how we do it, at the battle box, not with bullets. The power to change America should always rest in the hands of the people, not in the hands of a would-be assassin. You know, the path forward through competing visions of the campaign should always be resolved peacefully, not through acts of violence. You know, we're blessed to live in the greatest country on earth, and I believe that with every soul, every power of my being. So tonight, I'm asking every American to recommit, to make America, think about it. What's made America so special? Here in America, everyone must be treated with dignity and respect, and hate must have no safe harbor. Here in America, we need to get out of our silos, where we only listen to those with whom we agree, where misinformation is rampant, where foreign actors fan the flames of our division to shape the outcomes consistent with their interests, not ours. Let's remember, here in America, while unity is the most elusive of goals right now, nothing is more important for us now than standing together. We can do this. You know, from the beginning, our founders understood the power of passion, so they created a democracy that gave reason and balance a chance to prevail over brute force. That's the American we must be. An American democracy where arguments are made in good faith. An American democracy where the rule of law is respected. An American democracy where decency, dignity, fair play aren't just quaint notions, but living, breathing realities. We owe that to those who come before us, to those who gave their lives for this country. We owe that to ourselves. We owe it to our children and our grandchildren. Look, let's never lose sight of who we are. Let's remember we are the United States of America. There is nothing beyond our capacity when we do it together. God bless you all. May God protect our troops.
You have been listening to President Biden with a plea to Americans to lower the temperature in political rhetoric. The president strongly condemning political violence and violence of all stripes, saying that essentially in this country, we resolve our differences at the ballot box and not with bullets. He also nodded to the political realities of the presidential campaign and the Republican National Convention set to begin this week in Milwaukee. Our chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander, is here in Washington. And Peter, a critical moment here for President Biden.
Hallie, that's exactly right. The president wasting no time tonight making clear what his message is, which is that all Americans need to lower the temperature as we head into this campaign season, these final 4 months ahead of the election this November. I'm struck by a couple of things, and one, how central the topic of political violence has been to President Biden. You'll remember it was what happened in Charlottesville in 2017 that was really the motivating factor for his decision to run. What happened on January 6th that ultimately has driven a lot of the course of his time in office, his desire to protect democracy. One of the unique challenges for the president going forward, I think, is going to be how he is able to keep delivering this forceful contrast on the campaign trail with former President Trump. We counted at least 12 times where he has condemned political violence over the course of the last several years here. I'm also struck by just how the dominant storyline in a political campaign can change overnight here. What was only a couple of days ago a conversation about President Biden and his ability to serve another 4 years, with many Democratic defections speaking out, saying that they were concerned about whether he should be at the top of the ticket right now. This gives him a chance to sort of rehabilitate his image, to focus on his responsibilities as president and try to demonstrate to those American voters and to all American viewers that he has what in effect is the temperament and what it takes to serve as president for another 4 years. Hallie.
Peter Alexander in Washington, thank you. Our senior White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, is also with us. And Gabe, President Biden choosing this setting intentionally here, a solemn speech, solemn remarks to the American people from that setting in the Oval Office. It is not something that we see every day, and that is for a reason, Gabe.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hallie. The stakes are incredibly high here. And President Biden is saying today that he spoke with former President Trump last night, and he characterized the conversation as short but good. Now, we are still awaiting any initial comment from former President Trump or his campaign, but shortly before the speech, the former president did post on social media a message of, quote, "Unite America." He also posted that just before making his way to the Republican National Convention, which begins tomorrow. And in another social media post, the former president said that he initially considered delaying his trip to Milwaukee by 2 days, but he decided against it, he said, because he didn't want a, quote, potential assassin to force a change in the schedule. Now, of course, Hallie, as you know, we are still awaiting the former president to announce his vice presidential pick, potentially by tomorrow. Hallie.
Gabe Gutierrez, a busy week ahead after an extraordinary weekend in American history. I want to bring back in Tom Yamas now in Pennsylvania. And Tom, you know, on the ground there, the questions now around the Secret Service, which was in charge of security at this rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. And moving forward, the question of how this could have happened, this attempted assassination against the presumptive Republican nominee and a former president, Tom.
And Hallie, it was so important for the president to address the nation tonight because there are so many people here that attended the rally just behind me, right, that are searching for answers. And even though they may not share the same politics as President Biden, they do want the tone, the temperature, everything to just come down a little bit. What they've witnessed here, a death, 2 injuries, and nearly a presidential assassination, it is all too much for any American. And we do want to bring back to what happened here just 24 hours ago. Behind me, former President Trump speaking underneath that American flag here in Butler, Pennsylvania. We're getting new videos showing just how the assassination attempt played out, how the Secret Service reacted to try to determine why a lone gunman tried to kill Donald Trump.
Take a look at what happened.
Tonight, the FBI and Secret Service are trying to figure out how a 20-year-old shooter was able to fire at least 6 rounds at former President Donald Trump and why he did it.
That's the most surprising thing to me when we have a former president here, that a guy was able to get, as you say, 150 yards away, able to get up on a roof and be able to take a shot.
Yeah. Richard Goldinger is the district attorney for Butler County, Pennsylvania, where the shooting occurred.
What goes through your head?
Honestly, it's shocking.
On a phone call with the media earlier today, Attorney General Merrick Garland and FBI Director Chris Wray said the feds are examining the gunman's phone and other electronic devices. Even though they've received more than 2,000 tips, they haven't yet figured out the shooter's motivation or ideology. Today, in remarks hours before his Oval Office address this evening, President Biden said he wants answers fast.
I'm instructed that this investigation be thorough and swift, and the investigators will have every resource they need to get this done.
The president expressed outrage at the shooting that also claimed the life of one man and left 2 others in critical condition.
There is no place in America for this kind of violence or any violence for that matter.
It was just last night that thousands gathered in rural Pennsylvania, a place called Butler, the MAGA world revving up for a boisterous rally with the presumptive Republican presidential nominee.
This is a big crowd.
The excitement level stratospheric, with the GOP convention just a day away.
We have millions and millions of people in our country that shouldn't be here.
On stage, Donald Trump launched into one of his favorite subjects, immigration, and then 6:11 p.m. This.
Take a look at what happened.
It seemed like nothing at first, maybe a couple of firecrackers going off. But Trump, hand to ear, suddenly dropped down behind the podium.
Move!
It was law enforcement's worst fear. Secret Service agents swarmed the stage, huddling around the former president. Trump, blood streaking his face, pumped his fist in the air as he was rushed into an armored vehicle. In the stands, shock and fear.
At first, I didn't know if they were firecrackers. There were 6 pops. It just went pop, 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 pop.
In the bleachers behind us, somebody got popped. Somebody got killed.
The man beside me suffered a gunshot wound to the head, was instantly killed.
One spectator died, 2 others were injured.
Yeah, this is how I'm writing it. I'm very happy with this. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to look for multiply scanned ballots. So I think we need the entire cast vote record for this, okay? So let's go ahead and do that. So we might have to close this sheet. Yeah, I think we got to close this. I need the, to do this test, I need the whole cast vote record. So we're going to see. We don't know until we know. Okay? You don't know until you know. What we're going to do is look at all the nonpartisans. Okay? Washoe 2024 primary multiple ballot check. Okay, we're going to see if Democrat ballots were actually scanned more than once. Okay, and the way we do that is we compare it to the mail-in vote, the election day vote, the early vote, and by party, Republican, Democrat, and nonpartisan. If we see in these nonpartisan races only, that's why I'm deleting all the Democrat and Republican races. Okay. If we see in all the nonpartisan races, and the nonpartisan races only, okay, that we're getting the same exact ballot over and over and over, then we have an issue. Okay. So these are all the nonpartisans. Okay. What we're going to do is switch this into I need the cast vote record number. We might have to go by tabulator here. That's possible. We'll ignore the tabulator category for this first test, okay? Hopefully they didn't do it by tabulators. It's possible that they did, though. Actually, I do need it. Yeah, if they did this, it has to be on the same tabulator, so I take that back. Yeah, we might need that. So keep it there. And we're going to do this. We're only looking at mail-in votes here, which are all done on the same tabulator. That's the first thing we're going to get rid of. So, like, first I want to make sure if there's anything that actually tests. So let's just look at the mail-in vote. Now, I think there's only 5 machines here. So we will be looking at the machine number. Okay. So well, okay. I'll call this Democrat. Let's get a nonpartisan. And then let's get Republican. And then we'll break it out by the machine. if we need to. I don't know if we need to do that yet. I'm hoping we don't have to. I'm praying to God we fucking don't have to. Okay? Because if we have to do that, then we're talking Maricopa levels of analysis, which means I'll have to spend every waking hour for the next fucking 3 days here to get this done in any timely fashion. So let's hope they were stupid and they didn't do it by tabulator. Okay, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping they did it with an algorithm over the cast vote record itself. All right, so we want ballot type. We're going to start with Democrat ballots. And then we're going to do the same thing. We're going to get nonpartisan ballots, and then we're going to get Republican ballots, okay? So one of the good things would be if they did it over the cast vote record itself with an algorithm instead of at a machine level. It would mean that the county registrar of voters employees are actually not backfilling data, or at least that's most likely what it would mean. And they're really just misreporting the data with the algorithm and the cast vote record. But again, you know, we don't know until we know, so. We don't know until we know. You don't know until you know. You don't know until you know. You don't know until you know. Alright, so we have all the things here. Now, what we're looking for is how many times this equals this. Okay? All I want to know is how many times any ballot equals the ballot next to it. So, count. Here we go. It's not that hard of a test to run. That's the good news. It's the setup, as you saw, takes a little bit, but the test itself is actually very, very easy to run. All we're going to say is if this equals this, then 0, otherwise 1. Okay? Sorry, if it equals that, then 0. Otherwise, 1. Yes, very good. Okay. And this is going to be our check criteria. Okay. If the sum from here to here is 0. So to E, R, four equals 0, then 1, otherwise false. Okay, this is really all we want to know. I'm already seeing more 1s than I would ever expect to see. But alright, let's find out. Sum from here to here. Alright, so there's 3,154 ballots. Out of a total of, if I were to count, okay, so it's actually more than I thought then. So it says that 11% of the ballots are potentially duplicate. I'm not saying they are. What we need to do now is compare that against the Republican number, okay, and the nonpartisan number. That's what we need to do next. We don't know yet, okay? We have no idea. We don't know yet. %, 11%. Okay, well, we're going to find out the last one. Go look at the Republican ballots. Now, we already know there's an issue with those nonpartisan ballots, okay? But the surviving Republican ballots, I don't think there's anything wrong with them, so this is going to give us our reality check on this method. The fuck is this? So I have 20,000. Let's get a sum. Uh-oh. I think we're right. 9.4, 10.03. 11 points there. So the next thing we're going to do is go by machine. So I'm going to take this data. Okay. We're going to do formula, data, sort. We're going to go by tabulator number first. Oh, hold on. This is not in CVR order. For fucking Christ's sakes, man. Alright, hold on. Oh, these assholes do this shit on purpose. Motherfuckers. I don't want to have to redo all of this. Hold on. I'm hoping there's a quick fucking way to do this. Yeah, that's the idea. Okay. Hold your horses. Fucking so fucking annoying when they do shit like this. It's so fucking intentional. Like, they do everything they possibly can in their cast vote record to slow you down. Remember, you only have like 3 days when it comes to legal deadlines. At least to get the first one met. Like, they do this shit on purpose. I'm not even kidding. Okay, finish. All right, let's try that again. All right. Data, sort by cast vote record number. Let's do that first. I should see a strictly ascending line. Very good. Okay. I don't think that's that high. Let's go by machine and then by cast vote record number. Doesn't really change anything. Okay. $9.1. Okay. Looks correct. $8.85. So I think that it's significant that there's a 5%, a 3.5% difference. Maybe not. Is it even that? Let me see. 2.12. I'm not sure. What we perhaps should look at is the ore race. So, like I don't think we get anything from this. Okay, so this is like all the ballots, all the races. So they're definitely not straight up double scanning ballots. I think if they were, we would see a much larger number here for the Democrats. So what we need to look at next are the key races here. And I'm only going to look at one race, to be honest with you. I'm going to look at, this very first race of Angela Orr. Okay, so I really only care about this, if that makes any sense, because I'm not seeing it here. So let's do Democrat board only. Okay, this is only mail-in ballots. Okay. So I know that this is definitely a race where shit hit the fan. Okay, it's also the only race that's county-wide. There's no other county-wide race that's nonpartisan. Dem, board. Okay. So we're only looking at the very first 4. All right, now let's get rid of that. All we want to know. Oh, hold on. Is the whole thing fucked up? What? Oh, for fucking Christ's sakes. Alright, well, now we have to redo the whole fucking test. Alright, it's... let me do the smaller version first before I give a shit about this. You see, now that's a much bigger number. That's 37% in this race. And I did this correctly, okay? See how these two are the same? Okay, so I know that the math is working, okay? And again, we're going to see it here, okay? How often do I see this pattern? Well, Jesus, look at this. This is all we want to know. How often does this happen? Okay. It says that, like, see this? It says that this is quite frequent. And what we can do is compare that against a very quick simulation. So the idea would be, let's just give me like random probability distribution with the same totals. Would I get this number? Remember, there's nothing yet technically alarming about this, okay? I can't say whether this is good or bad yet. I have no idea, okay? Let's do Republican next, because that will give us a good idea. I have no way of knowing yet if that's good or bad, so I'm not saying anything about it. Like, 37% duplication might seem bad, but if you only have 4 candidates and one of them is, let's say, technically really popular, that may not be as bad as you think. So, like, we don't know yet, okay? Rep board. So we need 2 things to check out here, okay? I need to know if this is generally the same, and even if it's not, I still have to do a quick probability distribution, okay? So, like, we don't have enough information yet to know what the fuck is going on. Now, if it was like a whole ballot thing, like the entire ballot like we're doing, maybe. Maybe. Okay? Maybe. Alright, so... Yeah, so like, see, this is what I mean. Like, we have no idea. We might need a better idea to test this, so I'll be right back. I gotta think about this. Okay, so new idea. Maybe they're not scanning one ballot at a time. Maybe they're taking entire stacks and rescanning them. How do you show that? So I would need a whole set of Democrat ballots in the same batch to match a whole set of Democrat ballots in the next batch. On top of that, you have potential problems with legitimate Democrat ballots thrown in. I don't think we can show this. Because I don't think they would be stupid enough to go one ballot at a time. Unless they're doing it with a cipher. But even then, if they're using a cipher, like that thing that they did in New York with the registrations, the Caesar cipher, it would take us years to figure it out, if it's even there. So I don't think this is a way to check it, because I don't think, one, they're stupid enough to do one ballot at a time. Two, even if they're taking stacks of ballots, so we would have to be looking for a repeated table. I mean, it'd be like a giant and condition, you know what I mean? Like if and equals and. Yeah, I don't know how you show this. Assuming that they have half a brain, I don't even think that you could show this. Yeah, we're going to give this up because this is impossible. There's no way to show this, assuming they even had half a brain doing it. Not any time in the next fucking couple of centuries. Alright, so let's pull this back up then. The other spreadsheet. Like that's a dead end. So the only other thing that I could think of is we just take the mail-in line. So we're just going to have to, I think this just comes down to speculation. Okay? At this point. So I've already stated in the paper, we're at a point where we can no longer prove, we can only speculate. Okay, I already set this up because I had a feeling it was going to come to this. Unless, there's a big unless I get the same graph for Democrat mail-in time. See how the green and the orange line are doing what we expect in a fair election? We have to pull up Democrat mail-in time. And we need to know what Orr's timeline is amongst the Democrat ballots. Only between king and or. I don't think we're going to see anything, though. I think they're just going to be like the green and orange line that are just raking across at a 45-degree angle. Oh, I guess we're going to find out, right? Let's find out. Only one way to know, and that's the know. We got to know. You don't know until you know. You don't know until you know. So we're going to take King nonpartisan or Republicans, as we already know that that's normal. And then I guess we're going to take King Democrat for red. And we'll take or Democrat for blue. Okay, so we're going to take two things that we know to be okay and compare them against two things we know for once I'm actually hoping is not okay. To save my fucking time right now. Okay, so it's a weird ballot grouping, but we do have to check it. Alright, reference table. (24 to 27). Okay, 24, 27. And we suspect that there's something amiss here. First, I want to check the times in general. Like, if I see all the times, like, looking correctly, just on the Democrat vote itself, then there's no point in doing anything here. Well, maybe there is, but I don't think there will be. Okay, so let's get rid of our undervotes first. Could we actually... I want to see something. I want to get machine time. maybe isolating like what machine this is happening on. Like, well, we'll do that later. I have a lot of things, a lot of things I can still check. But all right, so I'm just gonna write this. All right, this equals this plus this. Okay. Total. Plus. Okay. What? Oh. What? How can that even be true? Is this real? Okay, that's weird. Oh. Hold on. Let's say I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Okay. Okay, now, what we want to do is look at these times, okay? Nah, I don't really see anything that unusual. That's why I didn't think there was going to be anything too unusual in the Democrat vote. See how Orr and King run nicely? Davis runs a little slow. Bueller runs a little fast. But... well, you know how I can figure out real quick? Just let me take the average of the columns. That gives us our little discrete Riemann sum. So we have some idea of whether this shit's weird or not, you know what I mean? Who won? No, who was second place at least? Davis. Okay, so they made sure Davis finished behind Bueller. Okay. So yeah, there's shenanigans going on there, but it's not affecting the main candidate, which is Orr. They're doing that to affect the second place candidate. So it's not worth me writing something about that right now. But that being said, overall, other than that, there's nothing going on between King and Orr. Which are the two people we're most concerned about. Alright, let me get my Hot Pocket out of the microwave. Alright, let's put on the tip of the spear while I fuck around with this shit. We're gonna try one more thing. So, I want to hear...
show. There's the InfoWars ND line that I don't talk about enough that is all the highest quality, whether it's turmeric or whether it's natural sleep aid or whether it's saw palmetto with other compounds that are great for your prostate, also great for women's breast. It affects the same type of tissues that have those hormonal fluctuations. I'm not a doctor, but I read the literature. I'm going to say a prayer for Trump and ask people to pray for Trump because the power of prayer is real. You open the bridge, the gate to the internal and to God. And that is the thing that will override the enemy. We need to pray for Trump to be given discernment and for God to lead, guide, and direct Trump because he's an imperfect servant like all of us, but he is amazing. And the enemy hates him because he's not against humanity. And when he got shot in the side of the head, he pushed the Secret Service off and said, fight, fight, fight. And then the media tried to spin that, which will be even a bigger detriment to them. These people are scum. They're willing to do anything because Trump will end World War III when he is sworn in on January 21st, 2025. And that's why they are in such a panic mode. And that's why everybody says, oh, there's 112 days or 14 days or whatever it is, the election. It's the 79 days of hell in early November to January 21st that they're going to pull out all the stops. And so I don't do this show as a game. I don't do this to play games. I don't do this to sit there and run my mouth. I don't put up with these attacks because I think it's cute. I know the enemy, and I know how to beat them because God is with me. As imperfect as I am literally in God's presence. And God tells me what's going to happen. And God is telling me we better pray right now. And we better understand that we're on the edge of nuclear war and destruction of life on this planet as we know it if we don't stop these people. Now, we don't want to be violent. What did I say? 100 times last month. When they kill Trump or try to kill Trump, they will then stage truck bombings and attacks on black churches and racist attacks and blame Trump whether they kill him or not. So, they're loading truck bombs right now to bomb black churches. They've got the brainwashed white supremacist shooters ready to go into black churches. They've all pre-programmed it. I don't want to prove how right I am again to the FBI, to the Secret Service, to the federal marshals. I know a lot of you. A lot of you are good men and women. You know this is happening. I go to federal courthouses. Everybody, they're great people. I shake their hands. They're not bad people. The government's not our enemy. It's been hijacked. But you need to blow the whistle. You need to speak out because this is going down right now. But the good news is, as Patrick David said earlier when I was on with Mario Fall and his crew and Nick Sortor, they're seeing people across the board support Trump that never did publicly. People understand what's happening.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next.
All right, I came out here for a really big story that we're still going to break. But this is the biggest story of our lifetime, so I want to be very clear with all viewers and listeners right now. I want to take this clip out as soon as I'm not on air, and I want to post it on X, and I want you guys to stay up there throughout the night. I'm going to be here with you all night, because let me explain something very slowly and very clearly. I've told everybody probably 500 times the last 6 months, at least, that the deep state is going to kill Trump, or try to kill Trump, and when they kill Trump, they're going to go after Musk, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones, and Joe Rogan. I don't say these things because I'm just making this stuff up. Close that door for me, Rob. I'm not saying these things because I just made it up in my head. I've studied clandestine operations. I study coups. I study the CIA. But before we go any further, I want to just say thank you, God, for protecting President Donald John Trump. Thank you that when those 5 bullets got shot at him, that only one grazed him and that 2 inches over would have killed him. And thank you, God, the providence you've given our nation as we walk through the valley of the shadow of death. And we pray, all of us pray, for a hedge of protection to be put up by your angels around Donald John Trump right now in the name of Jesus, because this is a satanic war, and we know that, and we recognize that, and we cannot overcome these princes and principalities of the air without your divine intervention, and we call on the God of the universe through his son and his intercessor, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, to put up a hedge of protection around President Trump and around all those that are supporting him and around America and the world, that you stop the nuclear war they're trying to start. We pray in the name of your son, Jesus Christ, and we believe it, and we know it, and we know he died on the cross for our sins and paid the cost and went to hell and took the keys to death and hell and returned them from hell for us. And we ask you, in the name of Jesus Christ, your sacrificial lamb, your son, the Son of God, we ask in Jesus Christ's name that you put up a hedge of protection now. In fact, we know that you have guaranteed us that if we seek your face and repent and are genuine in this, you will deliver us. And we seek you now, God, humbly in the name of your son, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. We beg you, God, to forgive us for our sins and put up a hedge of protection. And we are so thankful that this enemy attack was thwarted by your angels.
Amen.
Guys, I'll come back in a minute.
Yeah, well, prayer is the right move. And some of these things are really out of our hands. And I know that we as human beings are the instruments of God just as much as we are the instruments of the devil, depending on how we choose to live. But our power is limited, and we can only do so much. And things like what we witnessed today, Harrison, I think really are evidence of God's intervention. You know, so many of our founding fathers were deists. They believed in God, but they didn't believe in his intervention.
Let me just say something right now.
Go ahead.
Let me just say something right now. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, yes, sir.
I want to say something right now. I want to say, that's what I'm saying is, I'm not trying to be the guy that has all the answers. I've already been on 3 or 4 shows. I've already uploaded 4 or 5 videos. I'm watching everybody out there. Oh, this is great for Trump. Oh, we really don't know when now. They're going to go for broke now, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a spiritual war. And this is Satan. This was Satan trying to kill Trump because he got rid of Roe v. Wade, is trying to protect the children. He's not perfect, but God raises up people like him. Look at the Bible, look at history. We literally dodged a bullet together today, and Donald Trump got grazed by a bullet. And we better, because I'm not bitching, I'm saying, I don't see anybody saying, thank God he didn't die today. And I'm not bitching, I'm just simply saying, we better get on our knees. We better get on our knees. Because we're like, oh, it'll blow up bigger if they killed him. No, folks, they're coming after everybody. I told you, when they try to kill him, that means they're going for broke. World War III, people. I got 4 children. And I got a family to take care of. And I'm pissed about this. This is dangerous. So everybody out there, oh, God, they didn't kill him. Oh, we're winning. No, folks, we are winning. That's how desperate they are. But it shows how desperate they are. So we better get our asses in gear right now. And I'm not trying to tell you guys what to do. I know you're both Christians. So if you feel led to do it, I think we should open the phones up. Everybody should say prayers. Harrison, you want to say a prayer for Trump in America? Chase Geyser, you want to say a prayer? Because this is about God right now. God defended Trump today and just gave us an idea of what would have happened if those angels wouldn't have turned that bullet just a few inches away. We better be thanking our angels right now.
I mean, think about it, Alex. This guy, this shooter, we're hearing 400 feet away. He had all the time in the world. He had 2.5 minutes, we're hearing, up on that roof.
Oh, I could shoot
aiming.
bullseye. I could shoot a 2-inch
Target
group at 400 yards all day. I could shoot a 6-inch group at 800 yards. I'm not, Harrison, I'm not on your ass. I'm just saying, you love God, Harrison. I know you do. Say a prayer, Harrison. Come on, right now.
No, I thank God for sparing us from what could have happened. And I pray that the American people wake up before it's too late. I do. I pray that God opens the eyes of the American people to understand the evil that we're up against, and that's not a game, and that's not something you can shrug and roll your eyes at, and that's not just something happening that nobody has control over, but understanding that we're up against evil, that we're up against
a desperate foe who's doesn't know mercy, doesn't know backing down, doesn't know turning the other cheek. They don't know these things. And I pray to God that it's our embrace of these things that can save us.
I totally agree. And I think Trump needs to call on God, which he's starting to do. Chase, I mean, I'm not trying to put you on the spot here, but now is the time to call on to God. So I'm not telling you to say a prayer unless you feel like you should do it.
I'll say a prayer. It reminds me specifically of one of my favorite poems, which is a prayer, Invictus. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloodied, but unbowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears looms but the horror of the shade, and yet the menace of the years finds and shall find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charged with punishments the scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul. Amen.
Beautifully said. And the reason I'm doing this, folks, is this is a spiritual battle. If we don't have God, we have nothing. But with God, Rob, you're here with me. You want to say a prayer? Get over here. I'm trying to make, guys, God's all we got right now.
Yeah.
I got earbuds. People hear this with earbuds? No, take the earbud. Say a prayer. Get on the camera. We should pray for Trump. Everybody should pray for Trump. I want the phones open for Trump.
We really did dodge a bullet today, and we all need to, especially tonight as we see our kids, because this is all their future that they're relying on us to give them a future, and that future was almost stolen from us today, but by the hand of God, turned Trump's head right at the last second, and that bullet grazed his ear. So, big ups to the big man out there who I think literally brought his hand down to stop and sway Trump just a micro inch to stop that.
Let him get hit to show us how serious it is.
Exactly. Now, it wasn't just an assassination attempt. Now he was hit by a bullet. And then you have Forbes magazine out there saying, oh, there was an incident. And Trump was rushed away from stage and looked like he had some blood on him. These people know no bounds. They truly are enemies of humanity and enemies of free people everywhere.
Say a prayer. Say a prayer, Rob.
I don't even know if I'm going through. I can't hear.
Oh, yeah, you're going through. No, we can hear you. Yeah.
Am I going through? Okay, you're just being quiet. Okay.
Yeah.
Heavenly Father, thank you for giving Trump the discernment and the insight and the instinct to turn his head at the last minute, but to give it just enough so people could see the reality, and for giving him the courage to stand up afterwards, after the Secret Service were trying to hold him down. He said, no, I want to tell the people I'm still here. I'm still fighting. Fight, fight, fight. And we thank you for giving us this day, because this is going to rally all of America now. And the whole world's going to rally around Trump and what he's trying to do. And we're going to cut through all the garbage and all the BS and all the Project 2025 and everything else that they're trying to do to distract you from what's really going on, which is a spiritual war. That is where we're at right now. People are going to choose sides. We thank you for showing us that we have to choose sides today. This is the day that we all have to choose sides. In your mercy, amen.
Amen. You know, I don't know if Alex can hear me, but I had the same thought that Alex did, even just for like coming into the studios. You know, it's like when 9/11 happens, you think like, oh, I need to be with my family right now. You know, we don't know what comes next. Because I totally agree, and I'll say this again once Alex gets the earbuds back in. Alex, I was just saying, I completely agree with you that my response to this, obviously it's a brief elation that Donald Trump survived and was only grazed, but my immediate next thought was, okay, what's next? They're going to go crazy. Should I even leave my home right now, or should I be with my family at this moment? I got an extreme trepidation about what comes next.
Harrison, you are protecting your family on air right now, and this is so important. You should be on you guys should stay there for the next 2 days live. We cannot take this like, oh, it's an incident like Forbes and AP and Reuters said. No big deal. Ladies and gentlemen, how many times have I said in the last 3 months, they're going to try to kill Trump, and if they get him, they're coming after everybody. This is a coup. This is a total coup against humanity. This is their move. We are winning. Humanity is fighting back. So the reason that I asked you to pray and I asked Rob to pray is because I don't want to be the one saying this. I don't want to be like, I see everybody, no one's saying pray for Trump. No, they're like, oh, great, we'll really win now. No, ladies and gentlemen, the enemy is going full on now. The enemy is going full on right now. And so we have to recognize it's God. We have to pray to God. So I'm going to come back in a little while. I'm going to say a prayer and put it up to X. Everything we're putting out right now, it's like 3, 4, 5 million views. And I'm going to say a prayer for Trump, and after we'll pray for Trump, because the power of prayer is real. You open the bridge, the gate to the internal and to God. And that is the thing that will override the enemy. We need to pray for Trump to be given discernment and for God to lead, guide, and direct Trump, because he's an imperfect servant like all of us, but he is amazing. And the enemy hates him because he's not against humanity. And when he got shot in the side of the head, he pushed the Secret Service off and said, fight, fight, fight. And then the media tried to spin that, which will be even a bigger detriment to them. These people are scum. They're willing to do anything because Trump will end World War III when he is sworn in on January 21st, 2025. And that's why they are in such a panic mode. And that's why everybody says, oh, there's 112 days or 14 days or whatever it is, the election. It's the 79 days of hell in early November to January 21st that they're going to pull out all the stops. And so I don't do this show as a game. I don't do this to play games. I don't do this to sit there and run my mouth. I don't put up with these attacks because I think it's cute. I know the enemy, and I know how to beat him because God is with me. As imperfect as I am literally in God's presence. And God tells me what's going to happen. And God is telling me we better pray right now. And we better understand that we're on the edge of nuclear war and destruction of life on this planet as we know it if we don't stop these people. Now, we don't want to be violent. What did I say? 100 times last month. When they kill Trump or try to kill Trump, they will then stage truck bombings and attacks on black churches and racist attacks and blame Trump whether they kill him or not. So, they're loading truck bombs right now to bomb black churches. They've got the brainwashed white supremacist shooters ready to go into black churches. They've all pre-programmed it. I don't want to prove how right I am again to the FBI, to the Secret Service, the federal marshals. I know a lot of you. A lot of you are good men and women. You know this is happening. I go to federal courthouses. Everybody, they're great people. I shake their hands. They're not bad people. The government's not our enemy. It's been hijacked. But you need to blow the whistle. You need to speak out because this is going down right now. But the good news is, as Patrick Ben-David said earlier when I was on with Mario Fall and his crew and Nick Sortor, they're seeing people across the board support Trump that never did publicly. People understand what's happening. So I'm going to let you guys go back to the live show. I appreciate the crew coming in on Saturday night. But this is history happening. If we won't stand and go 24 hours for Trump, when he got shot in the head, then we won't stand for ourselves when the time comes. All these big mouths. Oh, I see you in helmets, I go to war. Oh, I'm ready to kill people. No. If you won't stand up and speak out and just stand against evil, and if you won't stay on air, I'm talking about all of us, and if listeners won't support what we're doing, I'm going to say this right now. I only say this because it's the truth. And I don't, in a way, it's very, very empowering. It's very cathartic, but I'm out of money. And I don't care about being personally out of money, except money is the currency I use to fight the enemy. We need people to go to InfoWarsStore.com. We need you to buy the products. We need you to go to drjonesnaturals.com. We need you to go. My God, these people are fighting for us, fighting together.
We're just going to plow ahead.
But man, we have like 10 million viewers a day or more. And less than 1/10 of 1% ever go to drjonesnaturals.com or go to InfoWarsStore.com and buy great products. So I've turned loose of this. I've given it to God. If people don't see that we've been right, if people don't see we can't be bought, if people don't see we don't back down, If people don't back us, that's your problem. And I'm not mad at people. It's all in God's plan. I have learned that God is in control, and God always keeps me humble, like the widow's mite. But I need you to go to InfoWarsStore.com and get the InfoWars MD line of great products. I need you to go to drjonesnaturals.com because you saw them in the news in the last 2 months. We're shut down next week. First, they said it wasn't happening. They were like, yeah, we were shutting them down. The sheriffs are coming to lock the doors. And a federal judge came through and blocked it. Now, the federal judge has a plan for us to continue on. But if we're not profitable, if we're not making money, which we are literally on the edge of red and black right now, then we won't be here. So it's so simple. Get products you need that are amazing, support the broadcast, and be part of history. It's a no-brainer, but I'm not mad at people. I'm just blessed you're tuned in. But the fact that you watch so many entertainment channels and so many shows, this is the broadcast that told the truth. This is the broadcast that hit the number. This is the broadcast that predicted it all. We cannot fight this evil without you. drjonesnaturals.com, InfoWarsStore.com. But even if you're not going to support us and get great products at the same time, fine. Please take the live feed at Real Alex Jones on X. Please take the feed at InfoWars.com/show. Please at least boost that, because we are fighting with everything we've got, and we need your support. We've got a building and crew and satellite uplinks and encoders and bandwidth costs, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month just for bandwidth. We reach tens of millions a day. We're fighting. We need you. This isn't some fiction show. This isn't some NFL program. This isn't some Netflix program. These are real people. I'm real as it gets. And I need your support. And I humbly ask you now to make the decision to go to drjonesnaturals.com and buy the products. And go to InfoWarsStore.com and get InfoWars MD and support us. And let me tell you, they shut us down in a couple months. That's what the judge said. If we don't get support, we'll shut down. You're going to freak out and say, oh my God, we didn't know it was real. People say, why are you still on air? Because we're hard to kill. I mean, people keep saying, it's in the news, you're shut down this week, why aren't you? Because God's on our side, you're supporting us.
Yeah,
we're
I'll just need a
hard
break to grab
kill. You guys just popped in, what?
Oh, I'm sorry, we should have been on
technical issue. Sorry about that, Alex.
Sorry, technical issue. We're going to be setting up a space in just a little bit, but you know, this is the exact type of event that they don't want InfoWars on air for.
Yes.
Exactly. That's why they want us off air. I won't tell the whole story, but federal officers outside of court order tried to silence us 5 weeks ago. They didn't do that for no reason. And I said at the time, I said, this is not about us. They're getting ready. What did I say? Have the archivist find it. What did I say? They're getting ready to kill Trump. And when they kill Trump, they don't want us on air. The archivist will have it. Get it. Get the clip. Because nobody cares about what I say now. But, oh, everybody's amazed by it a month ago. They don't want us on air when they kill Trump or when they fail. And they just failed. And they don't want me on air when they announce a bird flu. And they don't want our crew. Guys, this is so ridiculous. I'm not bitching. It's all God's plan. But I can't believe that we don't have billions of dollars instead of barely paying our bills. And I have $4,000 in the bank and can't even pay my electricity bill. And the left goes, oh, look, you can't pay his electricity bill. I don't give a shit about that. But literally, I went to my daddy 2 days ago and I said, Dad, can I have $2,000? He said, of course, son. How much do you need? And I said, well, I'm out of money. He goes, here's a $10,000 check, son. The left's like, oh, look, you don't have money. I don't care about that. But I'm literally down to my daddy paying my bills. The left celebrates it. I'm trying to stop World War III. I'm trying to stop the New World Order. And I'm looking at millions of people watching right now and saying, would you go get a great supplement? Would you go get CoQ10 or PQQ? Would you get Nano Silver toothpaste? Would you? It's all badass. And it's like history is so I don't blame people. But God is watching you. If you don't support us, you don't support yourself. And I'm not bitching. Because I love you guys. But it is beyond bizarre. God keeps saying it's less than 1%. It's 0.1% ever buy things. We reach like 30 million people a day. 10 million on a live show. 10 million people tune in. And I sell 1,000 bottles of product. I'm not bitching. It's like, what the hell world is this? Like 1,000 bottles we make and pay the bills? It's so paradoxical, and I'm not complaining. I'm just like, they just shot Trump. Like, I told you they would do it, man. I'm willing to die for the truth. I won't back down. But then I depend on you. And I sit here and I beg. I'm like, please, I'm like a pit bull in a dog fight. I'm like, I'll eat the dogs. I will chew them up. I will spit them out. I'm meaner than hell. But man, if you don't give me dog food, I won't be able to fight. So I'm done complaining. I wish we saw a big surge. I don't want to worry about money. I don't want to sit here at this critical time and beg and sit here and plead. I just need support. I mean, my God, this is so simple. This is so simple, and God is taking me right down to the moment of destruction, because God is going to deliver us, just like he keeps doing, where they were going to shut us down the last 5 weeks, 6 different times, and so that's where we are. So I'm going to stop ranting. I'm going to come back later. But pray for Trump, pray for America, pray for freedom, because the enemy is desperate and all bets are off. Guys, take over. I'll be back.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me just say, drjonesnaturals.com has absolutely fantastic products. Like, I just want to reinforce that it's not even charity. Like, it's not even hard. It's not even like we're just asking. I listen to a podcast and they always say, you know, if what you just heard was worth $1, we'd love to have it. That's kind of how we are, right? We do 10 hours plus of live content a day, plus all the content creators at band.video and Infowars.com, all the great writers. I mean, and all of this is brought to you by Infowars Store and Dr. Jones Natural. So thank God we're here to cover what's going on. I'm still looking for
Go to Mike Adams.
new information.
Listen, Harrison, go to Mike Adams. I'll come back. But listen, do people expect us to take on the New World Order with no support? I'm not bitching. I'm just like, at a certain point, I'm like, what the hell do you, like, we've had all these devastating victories against the enemy, and we're just sitting here begging as we're being hammered like the Alamo for support. I'm not bitching. I'm just saying, I would not spend my time begging if I didn't need the funds to continue the damn war. Support us in the war now. Mike Adams.
Mike Adams has run audio test to try to determine more information from the video that we have. Guys, do we have Mike Adams? I see he's connected. I'm not sure if he can hear me yet. Mike,
I can hear you.
All right, thank you so much for joining us here. What have you discovered?
All right, guys. Yeah, so if your control board guys can pull up from my Twitter account, Health Ranger, there's a graphic there of the audio file, the WAV file. It's one of the most recent posts. So we got to cut off the claims that this was a hoax, because the left is going to claim it was a hoax. It didn't actually happen, that there wasn't a real shooting. I've done an audio analysis, forensic audio analysis, using the speed of sound as well as the typical speed, feet per second, of a .556 round. Even though we don't know for sure the number of grains of that round or how long the barrel was, we can estimate that at 2,500 feet per second. And if you look at the audio file, and again, I've posted this on my Twitter account there, understand that these bullets are hypersonic, that the impact of the bullets, if you're at the point or close to the point where the shooting is arriving, then the bullets arrive before the sound of the gun is heard. Because the bullets are moving at 2,500 feet per second, the speed of sound is like 1,125 feet per second. Now, if you take the timing difference between those two audio events, which is the impact and then the actual report of the rifle, and I've measured that in the audio software here at 0.22 seconds. If you do the algebra on that, using the numbers I mentioned, the typical rifle velocity, muzzle velocity of 2,500 feet per second on a .556 round, typically like a 62 grain round, then you get a distance of the shooter at about 450 feet. And I put that out just as the shooter's location was being identified, with the police estimating he was at 125 yards or 375 feet.
Mike, stay there. I love, what a great scientist, what a great brain, what an incredible person, Mike Adams. I'm going to shut up. Mike Adams can start over right now. I'm going to take this clip. We're going to put this on X. I want you to start over, Mike. But exactly, Forbes calls it an incident, claims he fell down and hit his knee. He was hit by a bullet. The greatest winner of Oscars could not do the Secret Service and the bullets killing people and hitting Trump in the side of the head. It was totally real, and you're right. They're trying to say that it was an incident or it was staged, which shows how pathetic they are and how crazy they are. So, Mike, start over. We're going to put this out and explain that this was real, but it was obviously real. You could see it, and Trump defiantly saying, fight, fight, fight. But again, this to me shows how sick these people are. Mike, start over at the beginning. Mike Adams, the health ranger, great scientist, great brain, great mathematician, best-selling author, and explain. We're going to take this clip out and put it on my X account. Go ahead.
Okay, this is an audio forensic analysis of the assassination attempt of President Trump. And the reason I even did this was because I received some texts from some people who were questioning, was this even real? Because they said it looked like Trump, his hand went up to his ear too quickly. Like there's no way he could have reacted that fast from the time they heard the gunshots. Well, of course, all of us know, if we know anything about ballistics, that the rifle rounds are themselves hypersonic. So they travel faster than the speed of sound. When an impact from a bullet arrives at your local location, it is followed by the sound of the rifle shot, and the time difference between those two audio events can be used to estimate the distance of the shooter. And this cannot be faked because you can't fake the speed of sound. You can't change the laws of physics. So what I did, I took the audio of this event, and it's very clear. You can hear impacts, and then you can hear the reports of the gun. And again, I posted this on Twitter. I've got a little graphic there. If you go to my second or third post at Health Ranger, you'll see the graphic. I indicated this is the impact, and these are the reports from the rifle. If you measure the time difference between those two events, and there's multiple examples of this, it's 0.22 seconds. If you take 0.22 seconds and you do the algebra on the assumption that the speed of sound is 1,125 feet per second, which I know varies based on air density and so on, but we're trying to get rough numbers here. And then if you take the muzzle velocity of a typical AR-15 round, a 5.56 round, typically 62 grain. Again, we don't know for sure that's it, but it's a pretty good guess. With a 16-inch barrel, you're going to get about 2,500 feet per second right out of the muzzle. That speed drops off over time, but it's not that far of a shot. So we're going to keep it at 2,500. If you do the math on this, it turns out that mathematically, from the audio forensics, this shooter was roughly 450 feet away. Now, this is consistent with what has been observed about that shooter on that rooftop. Again, now law enforcement has identified him as estimated 125 yards. Multiply that by 3 to get feet, obviously. So this shooter was hundreds of feet away, like more than a football field away, okay? And that is why the bullets arrive before the sound arrives. And that's also, by the way, that shot, Alex, as you know, that shot at 400 to 450 feet, that is not a difficult shot for an accomplished rifleman. Not at all. I mean, I routinely warm up at 450 yards with a 4-inch steel plate with the rifles that I use, and that's just to make sure the trigger's working. You know what I mean? It's not a difficult shot. It's by the grace of God that this shot missed Trump's head and only grazed his ear.
His head. So, Mike, let me stop you.
Yes.
Let me stop you. I want you to continue on, but you are one of the best political analysts I know, one of the smartest people I know. I'm not kissing your ass. It's true. Let's move on from the shot. We know they tried to kill him. It failed. Move back to that when you're ready. So I'm going to take a break here while I'm listening to you. But the deep state has failed to kill him. It shows their desperation. What do you expect to come next? What do you make from just this event in general? Instead of, I get it, you got to say, oh, yeah, they tried to kill him. Okay, some idiots don't believe it. Yeah, we get it. I mean, they literally blew his ear off. So you can't fake that, man. The blood, the Secret Service, like Trump, fight, it's epic. What does this signify? This tells me they're going for broke. Everybody's like, oh, great, he's going to reelect him now. This backfired. No, this tells me they're going to go for broke. I'm very concerned.
I think you're exactly right. This means we're going to have a false flag nuclear event in Europe to be blamed on Russia, most likely, or a radiological dirty bomb nuclear attack in the U.S. But I think Europe is more likely because they need World War III. in order to cancel the election and do to America what they did to Ukraine.
Exactly, and people keep thinking everything's okay. I'm not trying to be an alarmist, folks. Dirty bombs, nukes, nuclear war, it's on. I continue. Exactly. We're here. We're
dirty bomb material has been smuggled into Ukraine. And do not forget that Zelensky is no longer the president of Ukraine. His term already expired. He's not an elected official. And there are no elections being held in Ukraine. They canceled them because they claimed we're in a war, right? So this is the model for what they're going to do in the United States of America. They know that by failing to kill Trump, but grazing him, not only will he have a huge bump in the polls, not only will he be more popular, he will be more determined. Alex, this will change Trump's personality from this point forward about what his measure of
Mike,
passion and determination.
What did you make of him? I agree. What did you make of him surging and just saying, fight, fight, fight? God, that image was like so. I'm glad I'm alive to see this.
Historic, absolutely historic. And I don't know who took that photo of the one that was taken obviously from a low angle of him with his fist raised and the American flag behind him in the air. My God, that is the most historic photo that any of us have ever lived through. I mean, it's like Iwo Jima.
If we had photos of William Travis dying at the Alamo, it's that powerful.
This is going to cause Trump supporters, number one, it's going to eliminate any kind of concerns. Even I have voiced some concerns about Trump positions, and so have you, Alex, over time. Those have washed away at this point. Those are irrelevant. Those are gone. None of that matters at this point. It's Trump or we lose this country. And if they want to kill Trump, just like they want to kill America, that means we have to double down, triple down for our support of Trump.
No, I agree, Sal.
Everything
I want you to go back to
irrelevant.
ballistics. Mike, I want you to go back to ballistics. I know you're a Christian. I really respect you. You're one of the smart people I know. Will you say a prayer for Trump in America? Because we have to call on God right now. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Will you say a prayer and then go back to ballistics and back to whatever, and I'm going to let you take over?
Dear God, our Lord in heaven, thank you for intervening today in just nudging Trump to turn his head to the right so that that bullet would only graze his ear and send a message of life and liberty in blood to America that we are the blood of Christ. We are the living embodiment of Christ. And if he had not turned his head for that moment, that bullet would have taken him down. Only by the grace of God are we here. We must remember that. We must instill that in all of us. We must invoke that. Only by the grace of God do we exist as a nation, and it is only by the grace of God that we shall prevail in this election. This cannot be won by human hands. This cannot be won by strategy alone or blogging alone or videos alone. This can only be won by the grace of God, and he spoke to us today, and he told us that he is with us. And we praise you, Lord, for this protection. Thank you, Almighty God, for this country and for President Trump. Amen.
It's epic, Mike. Keep going. Go back to your ballistics. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Well, the reason I did this ballistic analysis was so that no one from the left can say that this was faked, because the audio forensics are imprinted forever, even in the Fox News broadcast. Sorry, I'm a little bit moved here.
No, Mike, this is so epic. I mean,
really,
God came through. They almost killed him. Can you imagine? Talk about this. What would happen if they killed him today?
Nikki
Haley. Use that as a civil war
know how much violence would have erupted across this country. I mean, it would have been a horrible situation. The fact that he was spared. I think it's a message, Alex, and Harrison and Kaiser. This is a message that we have to do more. We have to step up our game. As much as we've all sacrificed, and I know, Alex, you've sacrificed more than most, it's still not enough. We have to up our game. We have to be determined to do everything to help Trump win this election, to have the election run its course peacefully, lawfully. We must stop the cheaters. We must stop the violence.
So finish the ballistics and give us your analysis. Just
Mike,
interrupt your ballistics.
I'd like to ask you one question, Mike, if I may. If I may, are you?
Yes.
So given that this was such an easy shot for somebody who's versed in shooting, are you implying that that the shooter was not a professional, or are you just trying to emphasize the fact that it was a miracle that he moved his head?
Trump was moving. He was moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let me there's some videos. I
Even military snipers. Yes.
Well,
I'm sorry, Harrison. Go
there's
ahead.
some videos and photos that I just want to make the crew aware of and bring it in. There's a photo, actually, we can actually see the bullet as a streak flying past Trump. So all claims of hoax should be put to bed immediately. You can literally see the bullet
Oh my
flying
God!
by.
Yeah.
Epic. I mean, my God. I mean, that's amazing. And then there's other videos they've slowed down where you can see Trump and you can see him move his head just the slightest bit. And it was that little movement, that little twitch of the muscle that changed the outcome of this event. And I think if the crew can pull that in, we'll
I
watch
used to be a
that.
big hunter. I used to be a big hunter, and I've shot deer at 800 yards. But sometimes you got a deer at 600 yards in the scope, and they move. When you shoot, you miss them. Trump just moved the right time.
Well, I want to point out that as you know, I'm an experienced long-range target shooter myself, and at that range, you know, breath control is very critical for getting rounds on target. But the amount of movement at the shooter's rifle that would have been required to move that bullet just one more inch into Trump, that movement is less than the width of human hair. We're talking about micrometers of movement here.
But even the best shooter, when you're on a rooftop about to kill the president, that's a nervous thing, Mike, right? Like, we don't want to kill Trump. Like, you imagine you got Trump in your sights. Like, you be a little nervous doing that, Mike?
Well, and apparently he climbed up on that roof, and that could have been physically taxing to do that. But I still believe God intervened here, and God is the reason why Trump turned his head, why he moved slightly, why this bullet was just off course, but enough on course.
No, I mean, I agree. I
just
can
slice
shoot
his
bullseye,
ear.
and I'm not the best shooter. Yeah, I can shoot bullseye all day at 400 yards. You're saying an act of God.
Absolutely. I mean, what I'm saying is that an accomplished shooter would not have missed at that range. That is not a difficult range for an accomplished shooter, not at all. Your audience will confirm that, those who are, you know,
So
former
let me ask you
military.
this, Mike. Let me ask you this. They're trying to deny it even happened now, which is pathetic. It's not going to work. What do you see coming next from the deep state now that this blew in their face? That failed.
Well, it's like I said earlier. I think they're going to move into creating a crisis that would cancel the election. They have a lot up their sleeve to do that, Alex. As you know, they've got an EMP false flag. They've got a cyber attack false flag on the banking system. They can cause chaos in numerous ways. They can also do a nuclear false flag in Europe. Now, remember that they've just announced F-16s for Europe, and Medvedev has said that, you know, if those F-16s take off from air bases in places like Romania and Poland, then those become legitimate targets. Well, what if after this, the deep state sets off a nuke in a military base in Romania and says Russia did it, invokes Article 5, and then now NATO countries launch a nuclear attack against Russia?
Mike Adams, I don't think this is reactionary or fear-mongering by you. It's dead on. Look at Drudge Report. They're like, pop, pop, pop. Then Trump rushed from rally. Much bleeding. Video. Interviews of witnesses. Secret Service blew shooter's head off. They won't even say it was an assassination attempt. Imagine that level of gaslighting, Mike Adams. What does that say?
Incredible. No, they're living in an alternate reality. It's gonna backfire against them. And don't forget that Joe Biden said in a fundraising call just a few days ago that it's time to put Trump in the bullseye, right? So those are his words. And that could have been, you know, code for unleashing this kind of attack against Trump. Now, we don't yet know anything about the shooter, do we? Has anything come out?
We are getting some more information about the shooter. Go ahead, Alex.
Tell us.
No, we're seeing pictures of the alleged shooter. I want to make sure that we're totally sure before we show anything, but there are pictures coming out. He appears to be a 20-something white guy, he's got an Antifa look about him, sort of long, greasy, brown
mainstream
hair.
media say he's Antifa.
Yeah.
But when mainstream media gets it wrong, we cover it. They sue us. We don't. They're saying he's Antifa on Drudge Report. We don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to be very careful with any coverage, making sure that we have it. I will say DC Drano posted earlier today secret instructions given to news reporters telling them to play down Trump's assassination attempt. And we don't know if this is real or not, but it fits with all of the headlines. So it says things like, stick to facts, don't speculate.
But they're doing it. Hold on.
Yeah,
they're
doing
playing it down.
They're
Let me
proving
ask
it's real.
You, Harrison Smith, Chase Geiser, and then Mike Adams. How crazy is it they're playing this down? That is going to blow up even bigger in their face.
Yeah, no, they're and look, you would have thought they'd learned their lesson with, you know, how they were humiliated with Joe Biden's debate performance and the lies they told exposed there. But here they are, just blatantly warping reality and not calling it an assassination attempt. President Biden gave a 2.5-minute press conference, never called it an assassination attempt, called it an incident. And then this is the way that the mainstream media is being told to report this. So we saw on Drudge that they are now calling it assassination attempt. I think that's because the authorities are now saying officially it was an assassination attempt. And that's one of the notes that was sent, was saying don't call it an assassination unless authorities say it was. So now that the authorities are saying an assassination attempt, the media has permission to say what we all saw with our own eyes. It was, in fact, an assassination attempt. They had to wait. They had to wait for the authorities to tell us that's what it was, I guess.
No, so I was interrupting you. Go ahead. Mike, tell us
no problem. Do we have a medical announcement yet from Team Trump about his actual condition? I saw that he posted on Truth Social, and he was asking for prayers for the actual victims of the bystanders. I believe at least one was killed. Maybe
Don
another was
Jr. said that he spoke to him, that he was okay, health-wise.
Okay. Well,
yeah, we saw the video. It literally cut the top of his. It blew the top of his ear off.
Incredible.
So, you know, ears bleed a lot, right? There's a lot of blood vessels in your ears, so that could explain all that blood. But I got to tell you, after this, Trump is going to have the most amazing ear scar that will even impress all the UFC fighters at this point. I mean, oh my gosh, what a mark of resilience and determination.
No,
we're living through history,
a badge
folks.
of honor.
Yeah.
Like, this is a badge of honor.
Absolutely. But what we have to do, Alex, number one, we need to reinforce to all of our audiences, do not initiate any form of, you know, reactionary violence or anything of that kind. Remain calm. Use your words, right? Use your words. Don't contribute to violence. Too much violence was already attempted to be inflicted on our real
Mike,
president.
elaborate on that. Mike, let me interrupt you. I agree. They're gonna. I always said if they kill Trump, or try to kill Trump, they'll stage events and say we did it. How do we stop a false flag, or what do you think they do to try to get us to claim we're violent?
I think the next play by the FBI is to roll out Patriot Front and try to whip up some violence somewhere with their FBI agents, and then blame it on Trump supporters and saying that they're really, really mad because of the assassination attempt. That's their next play.
You know, I'll say they're already sort of seeding the ground for that because you have some people responding to this. J.D. Vance responded to the shooting saying, you know, this is leftist stochastic terror. This is what, you know, this type of language they've been saying does. And, you know, the response to him are people saying, well, this is a very irresponsible thing to say. So they're almost framing the backlash to the, you know, leftist violent rhetoric, which has now, you know, come to fruition in an attempt at assassination. But if you point that out, you're the dangerous one.
We just shot Trump. Why are you upset?
Exactly. Yeah, it's dangerous to start throwing blame around like that. So, you know, we want to be responsible here, not go throwing blame around and calling the leftists, you know, bad for saying that
let me ask Mike
Trump needs to be taken away.
Let me ask Mike this. Let me ask Mike Adams this, and then Harrison Smith, and then Chase Geiser, and then I'm going to let you guys continue. I'm going to go do another show. I'm going to come right back. But this blew up the deep state's face. Obviously, they're behind it. It failed. What are they going to do next now that this failed? And because they're so desperate. Mike Adams.
Well, number one, again, they're going to try to run some kind of false flag operation. Secondly, remember that the Democrat donations to Biden have largely halted. So at least $90 million is locked up right now because the big billionaire donors don't want Biden to be in the race. Funding for Trump will now substantially increase, not only on the back of Elon Musk making a significant donation to a PAC that supports Trump, but there will be a sympathy donation wave that will come in now that will absolutely blow away the Democrats. This, I mean, I don't want to frame it in this way, but just cause and effect. The sympathy outpouring of this is going to result in hundreds of millions of dollars going into Trump's coffers. And not that anyone would want Trump to ever be subjected to a risk like that. I mean, the man nearly died today. But in the aftermath of it, he's going to emerge more resilient, stronger, more well-funded, and more determined. And Alex, last thing I would like to add here is, I hinted at this earlier, this will change Trump. This will change his determination from here forward. This changes a person. If you almost die from a gunshot that whizzes by your head and punctures your ear, you start to think differently about your life and the world and your legacy. So in a way, this just empowered Trump. This shooter tried to destroy Trump. What he actually did, he just doubled Trump's
he woke a
power.
sleeping giant.
Mike,
Mike,
hold on. I totally agree, Mike. But then they're going to double down. They're even more desperate. So what does the deep state do now?
Well, let me say
all the things that we've been talking about.
Yeah,
they're going to try everything.
Let me say
go
this,
ahead.
Alex. This is kind of bizarre, but President Biden gave a speech from Rehoboth, Delaware. He's on vacation. Just a minute ago, it's been reported he is now returning to the White House. So I don't know what that tells you about this this situation, but Biden is now returning to the White House following this event, and apparently because of this event.
Well, I'm going to say this as Mike Adam leaves, and I'm going to be listening to you guys, Harrison and Chase, while you talk. I'm going to come back. If people think this is over, you're stupid.
This is the beginning.
The enemy, this is the beginning of the beginning. So let me ask Mike before he leaves. The deep state's desperate, Mike Adams. You're a smart guy. I respect you. What are they going to do now that everything's turning against them?
Their game plan is still the same. They've always had 5 or 6 backup plans of increasing severity. And, you know, we've mentioned some of them here on this show, but they're going to get more desperate. And Alex, I think they're going to make mistakes at this point. See, look, Obama was a master of running operations. Things that happened under Obama were masterfully crafted. You know, even though I completely disagree with Obama, he was a very smart individual. Under Biden, it's panic city. So there's now much of an increased risk that they're going to try a false flag and screw it up and get caught and get exposed. And I think we should be watching for that. And also, there are more
I totally
cameras
agree. So
recording
they
everything.
could bring down the power grid and say Russians did it tomorrow.
That's right. That's right. Or they could detonate an EMP weapon at altitude over North America and say North Korea did it, when it's actually the deep state itself doing it.
Yeah. Because Mike, I'm like, my spidey sense says we're in great danger. Like everybody's celebrating.
Absolutely.
Hey, they didn't kill him. Oh, we're winning. And I'm like, whoa, dude, we just upped the ante because we're winning. We're winning right now. They are in deep shit.
So I guess the question is, if this was a deep state operation, or it was somehow, you know, they likely had other follow-up, like they expected Trump to be dead. At this moment, according to their plans, or according to their, you know, framework, Trump should be dead, and they probably expected Trump supporters to be going insane right now.
Yeah, so, that's a great question. That's a great question to Mike and Harrison and to Chase. If they killed Trump today, 2 minutes on this, Mike, and I got to go, and I want the crew to do this. If they killed Trump today, how would they spend that? Like, he's dead, shot in the head, what would they say?
Well, they would say it was because of the extremism pushed by conservatives, that the conservatives created an environment, and they would blame it on conservatives. But I want to say one other thing. Did you see how fast Trump ducked when he took a shot?
Yes.
and he realized he'd taken a shot? He ducked. Now, Joe Biden is not of the cognitive capacity to react to anything in that kind of way.
Yeah, when Trump got hit, instantly he dropped.
Instantly, right. And by the way, just for the record, you know, I hope for no violence. I don't want anybody to get shot. I pray for Joe Biden's safety because I want Joe Biden to stay in this race.
Yeah.
But what I'm just pointing out is that Trump reacted instantly. That's a cognitive test. Yeah. You know, Joe Biden's talking about, he's doing cognitive tests every day. You want a cognitive test? I mean, Trump just took the ultimate cognitive test and he passed it with flying colors.
It was so zen. It was so zen. I'm 50. If I got hit, I'd be like this. He hits, instantly drops. Like, he was like, and you see that face he made was like zen. He goes like,
Yep. It's almost like he was...
That's training and that's reaction
as soon as he saw the blood in
and
his
that
hands.
shows you his neurology is working.
Incredible.
Trump is... he did exactly what he needed to do, and that may be why he's alive today. I don't know where the other rounds went. I mean, could another one of those rounds have gone where he was just standing? Like, he ducked down, and then another round went right through the space where he was, and then that round hit a bystander, and sadly injured or killed another bystander.
I'm not kissing Trump's ass, Mike, but you're right. He literally is hit in a millisecond drops. If
It
I was hit,
was
I'd
an
be like,
incredible
what is
reaction
that?
speed. This is going to be shown to future Secret Service agents for decades to come about what a president or a presidential candidate should do in the midst of a shooting.
Well, let me.
And also his team reacted very rapidly, but there was a failure to not check the backside of the rooftops, obviously, and you've all seen that video, that somebody was trying to warn the cops, and the cops weren't doing anything, so there's going to be an investigation.
So, Mike, what do you make of that? Because the first thing you check is the rooftops.
Well, it was the rooftops, you know, they were angled, right? So there was the backside of the rooftop that was not easily visible from where the barn roof sniper was.
Yeah, look,
Scroll up, you can sneak up.
We have some very interesting footage here. So this is before the shot has been fired. There you can see Trump put his hand up, but you can see the sniper, and I believe the sniper on the roof in the background there is the sniper that took the guy out. But this video is going viral right now. They've already talking about launching investigations into Secret Service, a ton of different organizations. But, you know, when you talk about reaction time, you know, some people are seeing this and they're saying, you know, people are seeing a sniper take out the other sniper, but what I'm seeing is a guy with a clear shot not taking a shot for several seconds until Trump is actually fired on. So there you see the guy with the sniper rifle aiming at something. Trump has not moved yet, right? So the first shot's about there, and there he puts his hand up, and you can actually see the sniper rifle guy sort of flinch and jerk back before returning to his rifle. And I don't know if he's the guy that shot the shooter, or if that was somebody else.
Well,
but
Harrison,
just fascinating camera angle
This is all
there.
going to be heavily scrutinized.
Yeah.
But remember that if you're a Secret Service agent and you have permission to kill, you have to make sure that that target is an absolute threat. And he might have only seen like the head of a person on the edge of a rooftop at a distance, and he might not have seen, you know, the rifle or the muzzle flash, until that person fired. And it seems to me like the Secret Service reaction there was pretty rapid. But this will all be scrutinized.
I mean, let's make no mistake. Let's not be naive, folks. This is a deep state. This is attempted assassination. We can blame the Secret Service all day. This was a deep state attack, and that tells us the ballpark we're in right now.
Absolutely. We all need to be vigilant. We need to maintain a profile of peace.
Let's unpack
Call
that
to
a little
de-escalate.
bit, because when you say deep state attack to the left, they assume that it's got to be somebody who's officially a CIA agent or officially law enforcement or in some official military capacity if it's the deep state. Can we talk a little bit about how the deep state can weaponize or manipulate civilians into this kind of activity? Because that's something that's very, very infrequently discussed, but really sort of the status quo as far as deep state operations are concerned in terms of
Well, I mean, let's
psyops.
just be clear. Yeah, let's just be clear. I've had family that was like high-level CIA running major operations, and they told me about the New World Order, and I was bad, so I know about it. But then 90% of who they use are cutouts that are recruited. Mike, you studied this. You want to speak to that briefly?
Well, look back to the Aurora, Colorado shooting, the Batman Theater shooter. Look at the MK Ultra program. I mean, Alex, over the years, you've covered so many of these. You know exactly how it works. They'll take somebody, they'll drug them up, they'll brainwash them, they'll trigger them at a certain time. Now, we don't know exactly if that's what happened in this case. It could be just that the anti-Trump hatred of the corporate media is what amped up this person, and who knows what else may have triggered this. We just don't know yet. But it could absolutely be. Look, Alex and Harrison and Chase, I think that the deep state has dozens of these people on, in inventory. Okay, all drugged up, all amped up.
I don't
ready
think
to be
you're right.
unleashed.
They've got them warm, Mike. They've got them warmed up. They got them ready.
Absolutely, and they just put them at events. Shoot up this place, shoot up that place, whatever, and they'll roll these people out. So we have to be vigilant. We have to double down on security. We have to also de-escalate. I mean, don't initiate violence from the pro-Trump side, and watch everybody. Just like that guy today was saying, we saw this guy crawling up on the roof with a rifle. He should have been screaming up and down, jumping up and down about that. Was the guy crawling up on a roof with a rifle? What's going on here? Like, make some noise to bring attention to the shooters.
Show there's the InfoWars MD line that I don't talk about enough that is all the highest quality, whether it's turmeric or whether it's natural sleep aid, or whether it's saw palmetto with other compounds that are great for your prostate, also great for women's breast. It affects the same type of tissues that have those hormonal fluctuations. I'm not a doctor, but I read the literature. You need to go to InfoWarsStore.com and go to the sections that have the whole line, over a dozen products, InfoWars MD. Show. There's the InfoWars MD line that I don't talk about enough that is all the highest quality, whether it's turmeric, or whether it's natural sleep aid, or whether it's saw palmetto with other compounds that are great for your prostate, also great for women's breast. It affects the same type of tissues that have those hormonal fluctuations. I'm not a doctor, but I read the literature. You need to go to InfoWarsStore.com and go to the sections that have the whole line, over a dozen products, InfoWars MD.
And this really goes to why Obama's the puppet master. And I think the reason Biden feels that he has this ace up his sleeve is because I think there could be some sort of coordinated blackmail among one another. Because, like I said, he was his vice president. Obviously, they have a very close working relationship. They both know each other's secrets. And there's been, even outright proclamations from, I think it was a stenographer of Obama or Biden, who said that, yes, Biden does have some blackmail on Obama. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's been reported recently. So the reason Biden feels that he's emboldened, that he does have the potential to withstand the storm, even when you have people like, George Clooney and some of these other big tight-end donors saying, we're not even going to donate if Biden's there, is because it's Obama supporting him behind the scenes, and Obama supporting him because he believes that with him in power, it's Obama running the show. If Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom or some of these other folks that they're talking about, Whitmer or these others, Obama's not going to have the influence behind the scenes that he does with Biden. That's why I don't think Biden is going to get out, barring, and I think there's only one exception to him actually dropping out of this race, is if the GOP in Congress, the FBI, the CIA, or even Democrats on the House leak criminal activity by the Biden family that people like Jamie Comer and Jim Jordan and Matt Gaetz have been alleging for over the last 3 years.
Exactly. So will the Republican, key point, will the Republican establishment join the Democrats to remove Biden, or do they want to keep him in because he's so weak?
But also the Democrats understand that if Biden is there up until the election and past the election, it's going to be a historic rout. I mean, it's literally impossible for Biden to recover, not only from his horrendous debate performance, but of course his weak and feckless policies, which have simultaneously invited a political security and economic crisis. And when his own party is on national television, from ABC to CNN to MSNBC, calling for his removal and replacement. So Biden cannot recover from this, whether he wants to or he doesn't. So the Republicans understand that. And the Democrats also understand that if they reveal information about criminality by the Biden family, the entire party is going to look corrupt and dirty. So they're in this horrendous situation. They're caught between a rock and a hard place where they really don't know what to do. They're hoping Biden exits gracefully. I don't think that's going to happen. So I think they're going to have to force him out. They're going to lose this election to Trump, and then they're going to have to re-strategize and reprioritize what this party really is. No, they're extremely concerned because Trump declassified the Russiagate files. That's why I also think that you had this report come out 4 months ago that we were talking about at the beginning of this, that the CIA actually created the operation against the Trump campaign. There's a lot of declassified information out there that Trump wants to get to the American people. He tried to do it in the latter stage of his administration. The deep state puppets within his own administration, including Attorney General Barr, prevented that from happening. So this is where I think we're going to see them try to prevent this information from coming out. But it goes back to what we said earlier, Alex. It's the Democrats are in this bad position that if they get rid of Biden, their party is going to be in disarray. If they keep him in power, you're also going to have a lot of this bad criminal activity revealed about him and his family and potentially other Democrats. So the deep state right now is a state of panic. I don't think they know what to do. They think that the only way to distract from the domestic issues that Biden faces and the Democrat Party faces is by escalating the conflict abroad or some situation that might happen domestically. But the issue is, people are educated now, Alex. They're not going to fall for this anymore.
While other networks lie to you about what's happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next. Visit Infowars.com/show and share the link today.
Well, the polls are coming out. Trump got major bumps off the debate 2 weeks ago, big bumps off last night. He's 25 points ahead nationwide, 10, 15 points in battleground states. If they steal it, they steal it. But if there's a real election, he wins big time. All right, George Papadopoulos, along with General Flynn, are the first people the deep state targeted. Both were vindicated, and the truth came out. He'll talk some about that because they're trying to recycle it, but the real reason he's here to talk about his best-selling book, The Deep State Target, How I Got Caught in the Crosshairs of the Plot to Bring Down President Trump, which is key to understand. We're going to try it again. We'll talk about Biden's disastrous presser, the NATO summit, the op against 2016 campaign that must be declassified, and everything else. George, you called in during Spaces a few days ago. We appreciate you joining us as a guest. My friend, we're going to break here in 25 minutes. I'm going to try to give you the floor until then. George Papadopoulos.
Great to be with you, Alex. Thanks so much for having me.
Where do you want to begin, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, the world is changing so quickly, Alex. I mean, we have one moment, we have a Biden presser that was supposed to be the mother of all pressers to basically revitalize his whaling campaign. And what happened? All of a sudden, he goes off scripted and he completely fumbles the ball. He showcases to the American public and the world that not only is he completely incompetent and he just simply doesn't have the mental acuity to continue being the commander-in-chief, but also that he's a national security threat. And I think this is something, because of so much info hitting us at the same time, every single day there's like a new news cycle, that we're forgetting that just a year ago, Jamie Comer and others on the House Oversight Committee presented evidence that the Biden crime family was receiving millions of dollars from countries like China, Romania, Ukraine, and potentially more in order to sell out American foreign policy to the highest bidder. That, for some reason, has completely gone underground. And I think it is because, and I can only theorize, is because the Republicans believe that if they showcase how corrupt this family is, it's only going to accelerate his decline, get him out of office. Unfortunately for Biden, I think these pressers and the Democrats now are an even bigger threat to his presidency. And the longer he showcases who he is to the American people and the world, the further his decline is going to be, and the quicker they're going to want to remove him. And I'm just going to land on this. If you go back to the last election, the basement strategy was brilliant by the Biden campaign. The less you saw Biden, the better it off was for him. They can't hide him anymore. The CIA got involved in the last election, too, by suppressing the Hunter Biden laptop story. Too many people are awake now, Alex. Too many eyeballs are watching the ball, and I don't think they could pull the same card twice. And that's why I think it's going to be a lot more difficult this time to steal the election.
And George, that's why I love having really informed guests that have experienced this for themselves on, because you just hit the nail on the head. I almost interrupted, but I shut up because I want you to talk. That's the only thing I've missed the last few weeks, is that he's such a foreign agent. He's such a spy. He works for China, Russia, Ukraine. He's like a vending machine. And what are the outside handlers, like the Hunter Biden laptop audio, where he's like, the head of Chinese intelligence runs me and I haven't talked to him in a month, and what's happening? That's all real audio. They admit that's real. Exactly. That's the big missing piece, is what do world leaders think of this? We can laugh at it all day, but it projects weakness. It may make China go ahead and make the move into Taiwan. What do they know we don't know? What could they pull with all the blackmail they've got on him? So elaborate on that. So there's the InfoWars MD line that I don't talk about enough, that is all the highest quality, whether it's turmeric or whether it's natural sleep aid or whether it's saw palmetto with other compounds that are great for your prostate, also great for women's breast. It affects the same type of tissues that have those hormonal fluctuations. I'm not a doctor, but I read the literature. You need to go to InfoWarsStore.com and go to the sections that have the whole line, over a dozen products, InfoWars MD.
kill some fucking noobs, man. Oh god, this guy. I'm not really sure.
Transportation complete. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
That's interesting. How does he get a ghost in tier 2 that fast? That's actually really interesting.
We require more minerals.
If I could get a ghost in tier 2 that fast, I would always play fucking Terran. Oh, these guys are kind of shitty now.
We require more minerals.
Well, that's a dead cannon.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
I agree, but Bradford isn't.
We require more minerals. We require more minerals. We require more minerals.
I'm not the only person noticing something's fucking wrong here.
Mission complete. We require more minerals. 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 Spawn more overlords. Our forces are under attack. Not enough energy. Spawn more overlords. Not enough energy. Drones are under attack. Our allies' base is threatened. Our forces are under attack. Our allies' base is threatened. Metamorphosis complete. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. Our drones are under attack. We require our forces are under attack. Our allies are in combat. Not enough energy. Our allies are in combat. more minerals. We require more minerals. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. Our forces are under attack. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. Our allies are in combat. Our allies we require more minerals. We require more minerals. Unacceptable command. Our allies are in combat. Our allies are in combat. Mineral field depleted. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. Unacceptable command. Our allies are in combat. Our forces are under attack. Our allies' base is threatened. We require more minerals. Our allies are in we require more Vespine gas. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Our allies' base is threatened. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Spawn more overlords. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our allies are in combat. Unacceptable command. Agreed to. We require more attack. Our allies' base is threatened. Mutation complete. We require more Vespine. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. We require our allies are in combat. We require more Vespine gas. under attack. Our allies' base is threatened. A green tumor is our allies are in combat. Our forces are under attack. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. We require more minerals. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. Spawn more over. Our forces are under attack. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. Spawn more overlord. Our forces are under attack. Our allies' base is threatened. A creep tumor is under attack. Our allies' base is threatened. We require more minerals. We require more minerals. Our allies are in combat. We require more Vespine gas. Our drones are under attack. We require more minerals. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. Unacceptable command. We must place that on unacceptable command. Our allies' base is threatened. We require mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Metamorphosis. Our allies are in combat. We require more Vespine gas. Mineral field depleted. Our allies are in combat. depleted. Our allies are in combat. Allies' base is threatened. Not enough energy. Mineral field. Not enough energy. Our allies are in combat. Mineral field. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. Our allies are in combat. Our allies' base is threatened. Our allies are in combat. Our allies are in combat. Vespine Geyser exhausted. Our allies are in combat. Mineral field. Our allies are in combat. Mineral field depleted. Our allies' base is threatened. Unacceptable command. Unacceptable. Mineral field depleted. Our allies' base is threatened. Mineral field depleted. Our allies are in combat. Mutation. Equipment is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Unacceptable command. We are at maximum supply. Our allies are in combat. Is under attack. Our allies are in combat. Our allies are in combat. Mineral unacceptable command. We are mineral field depleted. Our allies are in combat. Command. Unacceptable command. Unacceptable command. Our allies are in combat. Unacceptable command. Our allies are in combat.
Alright, we're done with this paper. I don't want to write anything more about this fucking county. I'm fucking done with it.